All right, I'm going to go ahead and call our regular meeting of the Vallejo City Council to order at 7:12 p.m. Thank you all for your patience, and we will proceed with our city clerk conducting the roll call.
Mayor Soers.
Present.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Present.
Council members Bergenzler.
Present.
Gordon.
Present.
Ledeju. Machias. Paul Maris.
Present.
All right, that's going to bring us to item 3. If everyone could please join the council for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you all. That's going to bring us to item 4, which is our report out of closed session. I'll ask our city attorney if we have a report out from closed session.
Where did it go? Jeez. It's right here. Got it. Okay. All right, council did meet in closed session this evening on 4 items. The first item is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency representatives were Andrew Murray, City Manager, Stephanie Cifuentes, Human Resources Director. The employee organizations were the Vallejo Police Officers Association, the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1186, the Confidential Administrative, Managerial, and Professional Association, and unrepresented employees. And council heard from the outside negotiator who notified council. Council gave direction to staff. Item B, conference of real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. Property is 50 Solano. The agency negotiators are Gillian Hain, Assistant City Manager. Negotiating parties are Mark Tomko, Vallejo Flood and Wastewater District. Under negotiation were price and terms. Council gave direction on that item. Item C is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, title City Manager. Council gave direction to staff on that item. And then item D, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, title City Attorney. Council gave direction to staff on that matter too. That completes the report out.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to item 5, presentations and commendations. And I understand we have the introduction of Vallejo Youth Delegation that'll be traveling from Vallejo to Washington, D.C. I'll turn it over to our youth coordinator.
You just can come up here. Yeah, come on up. Good evening, everyone. My name is Victoria Grace Barksdale, Youth Coordinator for the City of Vallejo. It's my pleasure to introduce our Vallejo Youth Delegation. This is a program that we do in co-sponsor with the Vallejo City Unified School District, taking public schools, high school students from 10th, 11th, and 12th grade to a leadership conference outside of California. This is our 6th time doing this trip. We are going to the National League of Cities Congressional Conference in Washington, D.C. on March 13th through the 17th. This conference is geared towards government officials. For the adult conference, the youth conference is student run and student planned specifically for youth and youth councils across the U.S. We also have a tour of Howard University given to us by former Vallejo students, a meeting with Congressman Garamendi's office, as well as several different tours of historical landmarks, museums, and just different sites in Washington, D.C. So I'll go ahead and let the youth introduce themselves, and thank you very much.
Okay, Good evening, everybody. My name is Tatara Urbab, and basically, one of the main reasons I'm really excited for this trip and this opportunity is really to represent Vallejo, because I believe there are a lot of stereotypical things that surround our city, and I want to kind of break that and also mainly represent the beauties of Vallejo and kind of like the discoveries that it holds. I want to take this opportunity to really be out there and represent our schools, our city, and just show how beautiful it is. And I'm also really excited to communicate with other youth members that also have similar struggles or things that they face like in their daily lives and try to apply that in our own schools. I also, specifically, I'm really excited to bring back what I learned and apply it back in our community. So thank you, and I really also want to appreciate the City Council for giving us this opportunity, because it is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and it is something that basically helps us as leaders to basically lead our country and, do great. So thank you.
I'd like to start by saying Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. My name is Rova Rashad, and I am the ASB president and a junior at Vallejo High School. I am honored to be here today as a youth delegate, representing the city of Vallejo alongside my fellow delegates. This is my second delegation trip, and I am beyond grateful for the opportunity to continue learning, growing, and bringing youth voices into important voices like this. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for having me.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. My name is Veronica Cornejo. I'm a senior at Vallejo High School. It's a pleasure to be in front of you here today as I represent the delegates. This is my first delegation, and I'm really excited to have given the opportunity to represent the city of Vallejo. I'm thrilled for this new learning opportunity where I hope to expand my knowledge on advocacy while gaining a deeper understanding on how I can make a meaningful impact in my community. I am truly grateful for this opportunity, and I will do my best to represent the city of Vallejo to the best of my abilities. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City staff, and community. My name is Baroj Arbab. I am a junior at Jesse Bethel High School, and I am my school student representative. I'd first like to start off by saying thank you to the city for funding this trip, for giving us this opportunity to go. It is truly, like the other delegates said, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go to a place like DC, which is the capital of our country. It's been the capital for centuries. There's so many landmarks there. We get to meet our legislatures, which is a really great opportunity to learn about how we as youth can help our city. And one of the focal points of this trip, and the thing that I've always been excited about with all the trips and all leadership things like this, but specifically because this is the DC trip, is because we're going to the capital of the United States. We're gonna meet with our legislatures, our congressmen, like Congressman Garamendi, and we're gonna learn how we can support our city. And what I want to gain from this trip is how to support my community, my youth, and my students in Vallejo. Because at the end of the day, that's what leadership's about. It's not about the roles, it's about the responsibility and helping who you represent. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Josiah Sisbilla. I'm an 11th grader at John Finney High School. And I want to thank you guys for selecting me for this process, please. And just being here as a good student in Vallejo, and just thank you for funding everything. I'm grateful for it.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is Lanaya Den. I am a senior at John Finney High School. I am one of the youth delegates that was elected. I am so very grateful to be given this opportunity because not only have I earned my way to be here, but every other candidate has as well. And I want to thank the Congress, or the council, for funding this trip and allowing me to go. This means a whole lot to me. I'm sure it means a lot to the other delegates as well. I can't wait to go to Washington because not only do I want to see Washington, I also want to be able to make connections that'll last that lasts a lifetime. I also want to be able to make connections that'll help me, Vallejo, California. I want to be able to make those changes for my city, for my youth, and for my district. Thank you so much for selecting me. I truly appreciate this.
Hi, my name is Kelly Dixon. I am one of the chaperones that I'm blessed enough to be able to accompany these students and witness them in a new environment and new things and learn new things. I'm a mental health support provider at Vallejo High School, and I am the chaperone for these.
May I ask if we can take a picture with the council?
Yeah, come on down. All right. Come on down in front and we'll do that real quickly. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed. Item 6 is our first community forum, and we'll go ahead and start our clock for community forum sign up, but I'm going to let everyone online and in attendance know that we already have a very full sign up list of folks to speak at community forum, and we have a full agenda that includes a budget item that I know a lot of people are here to see. So we are going to limit our community forum in this first forum to the 15 minutes, and then anyone that doesn't have a chance to address the council in this first community forum will have an opportunity at the second community forum. We've been working to shorten the meeting, so that will ideally come closer to between 10 and 11 p.m. And with that, I'll have the Vice Mayor go ahead and call our in-person speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. The first 5 speakers we have in this order are Fabrice, Linda Fuentes Rosner, David Marsteller Jr., Ian Michael, and Yaretsi Ponce.
All right, so we'll start the clock. We'll see if we, yeah. We might be able to squeeze in a 6th, but we'll see. You're good.
Good evening. So I wanted to, I came here, beginning of January to address a problem, a recurrent problem we have, on 6th Street. And I wanted to give you kind of a progress report. So first, I would like to thank our mayor and who came, to on a Saturday to see the problem by herself. Also, I wanted to thank, council member, Gordon, who has been following up, repeatedly and checking with us on those issues. So, and also the staff, we had people from the city of Vallejo, come and assess the problem. And we had, as a progress, we had the removal of a lot of abandoned vehicles which have been there for, years. And also some landscaping, trimming grass, vegetation. And just that made a visible, difference. A lot of our customers, patrons, they noticed it. And obviously those actions, matter to us. And they are very well, appreciated, However, that was kind of the first battle that we won. But we have larger issue which remains unsolved. Now we are facing a large accumulation of trash, probably several truckload worth of it, along mainly the railroad corridor and within the surrounding vegetation. This is no longer just an aesthetic, problem, like people coming to visit us and saying, well, you guys are, you should take care of your thing, but it's also an health issue. Obviously we are, a food business, and we begin to have, bad smell. We have, some problem with rodents, rats, cockroaches. So, obviously, this needs to be addressed. I have personally contacted Public Works, Code Enforcement, the garbage company, the railroad company, the county health service, and despite these efforts, the situation remains unchanged. Before, we have been talking about developing the property either ourselves for the city or whatever, but I think before we can go with a plan to develop the property, these issues with cleanliness and safety to the public should be addressed. So we are asking, to do some kind of a coordinate action. Actually, I was speaking with, the city manager, Mr. Murray, that informed me that, we might see some resolution maybe next week or, but I think in the future we'll need to get some kind of a recurrent, cleanup, or that we can, ensure that, this type of pileup doesn't happen again.
All right. Thank you. That's the 3 minutes. We've got many more speakers. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Next speaker is David Marsteller Jr. My apologies, Linda Fuentes Rosner.
I'll let the smart, techie young people do that. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council people, and staff. I am so excited because the first thing I need to do is say thank you to our Councilwoman Gordon and to Andrew Murray and Oscar Alcantar, because they are beginning to resolve a problem at the corner of Ream and Wallace that has plagued our neighborhood for years. I myself live right on the corner. I've seen 9 accidents there. We have the Franklin School opening up to a private school. There will be kids walking to school. I know some neighbors that are enrolling their children there, and they want to walk to school. It's 3 blocks away. So this is a matter of health and safety. I'm very thrilled and grateful that it's starting to unfold. The only thing I want to know now is what can we as a neighborhood do to hasten the opening up of this situation, to make our kids safe. Health and safety is premier. So if you could tell me, what can we do as a neighborhood? Do we need a petition? Do we need to canvass the neighborhood? You tell us, we'll do it, because we want to cooperate with you and we appreciate your help. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Next speaker, David Marsteller Jr.
May I request to share half my time with another resident? Is that fine? I'll stop at 90 seconds and let her take over.
Did they sign up?
No. No, it's okay.
I'm not sure what the process is because of how many people we have waiting. So if you come up together and take the 3 minutes,
okay,
that's fine.
Okay, I'll just make mine brief then. I had a whole speech, but actually City Manager Murray met us at the front and gave us some exciting news. Council Member Gordon, I'm sure all you work together. And thank you for putting your efforts into this. Real quick, prosperity doesn't start with somewhere else. It starts with what we already have, our people, our skills, our small businesses, and our trades, our young residents looking for a path forward. Vallejo's not lacking potential. We are rich in talent, grit, and creativity. What we need is to invest and have urgency directed toward builders, the makers, and the doers who are ready right now inside of our community and ready to go. I'd like to yield the rest of my time, please. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Carla Holloway, and I'm here to address all the potholes that's here in Vallejo. I'm 77 years old, and most of the people in my community are old, and we can't walk up and down the street or in our wheelchairs or walkers without hitting the potholes or even driving, messing up our cars. So I'm just here to make sure that my community will be to check in on that, to help us with the streets and the sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could share maybe with some of the staff over here where that is located, we can get that to the right person to follow up with you.
Next speaker is Ian Michael.
Hello, good morning, or good evening. My name is Ian Michelle. I am a high school student here in Vallejo. I've lived here all my life. I'm also joined by my team, my internship team here. And we're just trying to get involved in our community, try to see where we could help the most and make the biggest impact, because I believe it's very important and crucial to act now and focus on any problem we have here in our city. As the citizens of Vallejo, I think it's important to focus on these issues and deal with them in present time instead of, regretting them in the future, if or when they worsen. And I know that's like easier said than done, because in order to make that happen, we would need a whole group of us and to work together as a whole instead of individuals. And because as individuals, we can make it pretty far, but I think as a group, we can make it way more farther, and we could suggest more ideas to fix any situation we can be going through here in Vallejo as the citizens of Vallejo. And that's what a crucial thing I think we could do as the citizens of Vallejo. We can help each other more and form a bigger community. And that's what I'm learning in my internship at Vallejo Environmental Leadership Fellowship. I'm joined here in my team, a group of 10 high school students alongside our mentors. And we're learning about more issues here in the environment of Vallejo. And currently we're learning about or gaining more knowledge of a reoccurring issue, which are the floods here in Vallejo, especially with all these rain showers we've been getting and the ones we're going to get. I think tomorrow it's going to start raining. I've been seeing which places get more flooded than others, and me and my team have been researching that and seeing what we can actually do. And we actually have a special event happening March 7th with someone talking about the floods and how we could fix that situation. And my partner here has more that she can talk about on that topic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Did you sign up separately? All right. We'll probably have you up next then.
Yareti Ponce.
Okay. Good evening, Council. I'm Yareti Ponce here with Vallejo Environmental Leadership Fellowship to spread awareness on the climate and the community, and hopes to live in a clean, healthy, and eco-friendly environment. We encourage and invite everyone here to attend our flood walk on March 7th at the Vallejo's Ferry Terminal at 11 in the morning. Also, the flood walk on February 28th in Suisun. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we'd love to come back again and share the progress on the things we do as a group. Information will be passed around at the exit about the walks, and thank you for this and have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And I would invite Ian and Yaretsi, come on up, get my card, and because we also have a 2x2 committee that would be a great opportunity to speak at, along with connecting you with our youth coordinator, Miss Victoria Grace Barksdale.
And I'm going to direct you right there to our assistant
there
city
it is.
manager, and she can sidebar with you for a second as
We
well.
have room for two.
All right.
3 minutes. We have 3 minutes. Oh, one more. We have time for one more speaker. The next speaker would be Rodney Levias, or Levias. My apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. Rodney, come on up.
You're all good.
Okay, my name is Rodney Levias. I'm the pastor of.
I'm going to ask you to just come up to the mic so that it'll get captured for the video and the folks online.
Okay, my name is Rodney Levias. I'm the pastor of Antioch Church of God in Christ. We're located at 21 Antioch Street in Vallejo. And we had a homeless problem that took over our community. And we're thankful for Caltrans for coming in, but we still have a homeless problem in Vallejo. Right now, we have 2.4 acres of land, but our land is narrow, and we're trying to work with Caltrans to acquire the 5.2 acres of land.
Mr. Levias, would you mind turning the microphone a little closer? Just pivot on your right, on your left there, the microphone.
Okay.
Oh, if somebody can.
Okay, right
There you
here.
go. That is perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So I've been working with Natalie, and she's been outstanding. We got in contact with an individual named Bart in Department of Transportation, so we're working on trying to acquire the 5.2 acres of land. My goal is to build affordable housing for homeless in our community. You know, because I'm a pastor, we have land. This is a goal that I believe that we can eliminate homelessness in Vallejo. So I'm working with Natalie with this. I would like to also work with social workers in foster care to help foster children make that transition to housing, and also homeless shelters, homeless advocates, and whatever. I'm trying to build a coalition of these people to begin to develop an idea, maybe put something in writing where we can actually begin to end homelessness in Vallejo. One thing that I also would like to see is maybe acquiring land occupied by the city or Caltrans and use that to build affordable housing. So I just want to end by saying that I'm a longtime Vallejo resident, and I went to Vallejo Junior, and I don't know why that school was closed down, because Vallejo Junior was an outstanding school, and that the teachers that we had poured into us. And my goal and my vision is to pour into these people with affordable, with education and training, so they'll have a job, and that they'll make the easier transition to not being homeless, but actually having a place to stay. So I really would like to get your participation and your ideas or whatever. Hopefully we'll be working once a month at our church, 21 Antioch Street, and trying to eliminate this homeless problem that we have in Vallejo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That is the end of our 15-minute time limit for community forum.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And those that did not, I know we had many more speakers. Those that did not have a chance at the first community forum will have an opportunity closer to the end of the meeting at our second community forum for anyone else in person or online. And with that, we're going to go ahead and move to our seventh item, which is our consent calendar and approval of the agenda. We'll go ahead and start the public comment period for anyone wishing to address the council on items are on our consent calendar this evening. And while we wait for that, I will ask my colleagues if anyone has anything that they would like to pull from the consent calendar. Councilmember Matias.
D and And E. Yes.
All right, so consent item D is going to become 8.1, and item E is going to become 8.2, and I also see Councilmember Palmares.
Yeah, D, ditto.
You are also pulling D. All right, so D is 8.1, E is 8.2. Do we have any, Councilmember Ledeju?
Thank you, Mayor. So for the action calendar, I would like for us to move up our budget presentation to A versus being D.
Okay, my suggestion, I'm not opposed to that. My suggestion would be, I believe item B is going to be extremely quick. I'm not sure about item A. We could swap those, or we could move it to B first. I'll actually defer to the city manager. Do we have staff that are here just to present on item A that would have to wait if we don't do that first?
We do, and I do expect that'll be brief. We also have consultants online and in person for item C, which could also be brief.
All right, I'm going to look at the council and see if we are amenable to moving the budget item to be first. That's the proposal on the table.
Quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
City Manager, you say items A, B, and C are brief. Could you clarify what brief? But he mentioned C also.
I think we have a very brief presentation for all of those items, and so it really comes down to the the direction that we're seeking from council on all of those is brief, so they can be very brief and less question. Council has lots of questions and comments, and I think we ordered the items in this way, knowing that we thought they could be brief so that we could get through all of those items before the budget presentation, which I know is very significant.
Did you have anything else? No, I mean, can we just take a quick vote on reordering? I know the Vice Mayor and I typically try to talk through the agendas. We did not talk through this order. So
So through the chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So one of the reasons I'd like to bring the budget item, even if it comes after, if you want to move B to A, but the reason I would like to bring the budget item forward is because, yes, it is a lengthy discussion, and it is a discussion that the public really does care about, and I want to make sure if the meeting is lengthy that we get through the budget before it's late.
Okay. I concur. I would propose we swap D and C and move through A and B quickly. If that's all right with folks. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar? All right, let's go ahead and hear those.
We do have one public person that signed up, Daniel Boone.
And as he approaches the podium, we do have one speaker online, but they had their hand up for community forum.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and honorable council members. I came to speak on 8D, which is the PCB cleanup on Mare Island item. Your packet materials show you that there is lengthy history to this. The city agreement to clean up those PCBs is in the DDA agreement of May 2022, section 210.1. This is all in your packet materials. The first question I think you should all be asking yourselves is, and perhaps asking staff, is why did the city agree to do that? The history on that is at May 2022, the city was essentially giving away Mare Island, North Mare Island, for $3 million. When that property is retitled, Nimitz and Mare Island Company will make hundreds of millions of dollars from that property. So again, why did the city agree to do this PCB cleanup? Was this a negotiated term? And why did the city negotiators agree to absorb this cost? Now, the dockets in your packet also show that the cost to do this cleanup is $186,000. That's to clean up the PCBs to a residential standard. But the city's agreement with Nimitz MIC, the developer, was only to clean up to the industrial standard, which is less expensive. The cost difference is only $46,000, but here's the issue. Cleaning up to a residential standard instead of an industrial standard benefits the developer. So why isn't the developer picking up that $46,000 cost? He's a billionaire. And this raises another question. Sure, it's only $46,000, but this is a pattern of giveaways by the city to the developer. And who is responsible? Go back to the DDA. See whose name is on the signature line. Go back to this agreement. See whose name is on the signature line. I don't need to name the names. You have them. You can look at them and see who is responsible for these giveaways that benefit this developer again and again and again to the city's detriment. You need to ask those questions. And going forward, you need to have somebody better negotiating these agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will be discussing that item further as it was pulled. Let's go ahead and call our online speaker.
George Lance, please unmute yourself. Did you want to speak on the consent calendar?
Sorry that I did not mean to speak. I'm waiting for Zoom comment for later, unrelated comment. Just, I think in general on this topic on the funding issue is I think you should check and see if these companies are funded by the same Jeffrey Epstein and his friends, because we should rule them out if they are connected to that sort of deviant Jewish supremacy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, I think I see the city manager. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I've just, if the council is going to change the order of the action items, I would suggest that the action item C be continued. We have 2 consultants who are on the East Coast, and so if this gets continued and we don't hear this item until, say, 9 or 10 o'clock or later, I don't think they're going to be available any longer. So to provide them with that certainty, if you all want to reorder it, which is your prerogative, of course, and staff supports, perhaps we should move to continue that item.
I would be in favor of doing that. I'm kind of looking around. Vice Mayor, sounds like you concur. So before we look for a motion on this item, I'll just state I want the record to show that I will be abstaining from items F and G. I don't need to pull those. I'm just going to abstain from them. I don't have sufficient information and have not received answers to some questions that I previously asked. So I just want the record to show that I'm abstaining from those 2 items. And with that, do we have a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the consent calendar and removing item 8D and making that 8.1, and removing item 8E and making that 8.2. And on the action calendar, readjusting our sequence to keeping A and B in their current place, and moving item. And moving item 9D to 9C, and we will be tabling item 8C to a future agenda item.
Okay. All right, so continuing 9C, yes. Motion on the table.
Correct.
Missing 2 votes. The motion carries with the mayor abstaining from consent items F and G, and according to the council's rules, the abstention will reflect with the affirmative vote.
Right, so that's going to bring us to item 8.1, formerly item D, adopt a resolution authorizing staff to proceed with the removal of the polychlorinated, or PCB, let's say, contaminated debris located at the former Building 571 site to the Department of Toxic Substance Control, prevailing remediation standards for residential use. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled the item.
Thank you, Mayor. So my first question to the two of you is just in direct response to Mr. Boone's question. Can you sort of shed some light just for
Absolutely.
our public knowledge and awareness and my awareness?
So to give a quick summary of what occurred before my time, the city was overseeing a contractor that was demolitioning Building 571 on Mare Island. And as part of that demolition, the PCBs were spread throughout the site. Now, that was a city oversight of a contractor. So this is not a giveaway. This is us taking responsibility for a misstep on the city's behalf. This was negotiated publicly as part of the North Mare Island Disposition and Development Agreement. This agreement was attached to that and discussed in multiple public meetings. So this was part of that agreement. The $1 million budget was set aside to do the cleanup. And luckily, we were able to streamline that and really decrease the cost of the cleanup. At this point, we have $833,000 left on that cleanup. We've had some conversations with Mare Island Company. Their perception of the agreement is that they wanted it always cleaned up to residential standards, and the city's perception was it could be viewed that it was only to the industrial commercial standards. So there is a claim there that we don't agree upon. The difference in cleaning up from the commercial industrial to the residential standards is a $46,000 differential. And staff is recommending, based on your staff report, that we move forward with cleaning up to the residential standards, not only because it's the best case scenario for the site and on Mare Island, but it's also the best case scenario for the city and potential future liability of cleaning up the misstep that we were overseeing. So with $833,000 left in our fund currently, after the cleanup, we would still come under budget $645,000. This is normally a staff level decision at $46,000, but we decided it would be best to come to public, come before council, and be very transparent with the community on this action and this recommendation to moving forward.
Thank you. And I have two quick follow-up questions on that. So the $1 million allocation, where's that money coming from? I know it's part of the CIP, but is that general fund money? Is that CFD money?
We'll have to look that up.
Okay. And then my follow-up is, are we recouping those costs from DOD or the EPA? Because that's technically, let me take it a step back. So that was previously military land, correct? And that was part of the base closure. So is this something that you guys are engaging them to reimburse us for?
No, not at this time. When the city took over that building, it would have been our responsibility to test it before we did the demolition on it. And like I said, the city hired a contractor to do the work, and that building was not tested. So again, that was a misstep on prior staff. So we aren't able to go back, I don't believe, at this time. I know that Randy, I don't know if you want to address this. We did look into liability of contractor and liability of the Navy. Randy?
So I can shed a little bit more light on this particular situation. It's true it was previously Navy land, of course. Before the city acquired it, that property was cleaned up. The PCBs were removed and encapsulated on the site. There was signage put up that somehow disappeared and happened under the city's watch. The city hired a contractor to demo that building, tore it down, basically opened up the encapsulation and spread the PCBs, respread the PCBs on the property. So it was something that we did through a contractor. We did take a look at seeing if there was any liability for any of the consultants that helped us on that project. And we had environmental counsel, outside environmental counsel, take a look at that. And they spent a lot of time digging into it. and didn't have enough information to be able to hold any of the contractors liable. In other words, there was no evidence that there was still any signage there. The city didn't have any photographs or any evidence that signage existed, that the encapsulation was on the site. So the conclusion was that we couldn't move forward with any claims against insurance companies of consultants.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to get at is it is fairly usual, as opposed to unusual, for there to be discoveries of contaminations far beyond there's any sort of transfer from the military to a city after there's been a base closure. And they actually have programs where they reimburse for these types of costs. So I just want to make sure we're not taking general fund money to pay for these things when there is dedicated funding that the government makes available to jurisdictions 10, 20, 30 years after the fact. So I want either some confirmation or some follow-up if we move forward with approving this, that you guys are going to engage the sort of, I did research, it's the, let me look it up. The Base Realignment and Closure Program Office within the DOD to get reimbursement for this. So did you guys do that, or can you do it as a follow-up?
I believe that we did, but I'm happy to have that conversation again with them and see if any funding opportunities have changed or if there's any, options for us to pursue.
Okay. So I would be willing to move to approve with that caveat, Mayor.
All right, we have that on the table. I have one more comment from the Vice Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And a quick question is, so being part of the remediation group for Mare Island, was Building 571 part of that remediation?
The site itself, yes, but the building, no. There are many buildings that we don't have tested all the way down to what's the foundation made of.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. I just want to make sure that wasn't a caveat with all the agreements and the fact we're completed with the remediation, and now we need to backtrack. So thank you for clarifying that.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for speaking on this issue, and I thank you for the transparency. Just a few things. So just to piggyback off Councilmember Matias's comment, I would recommend also reaching out to Roosevelt Group, since they have networks and knowledge on BRAC in general. I guess my first question is, was the question asked of that 46,000 differential, was that asked of Mare Island Company, hey, would you like to cover down on this, since we agreed to industrial?
Absolutely. Of course, I wouldn't be operating in the best interest of the city if I did not ask, and we had a disagreement, and that's why we're here.
Okay, I understand. And this is more of an environmental science and environmental justice kind of issue, but whenever we get to this residential level of cleanup, is this a done deal, or is this something that may get buried in earth and we'll have to hear about it 20 years down the future? Can I explain to me the process, and how much is this going to be a done deal?
So if we clean up to the residential standards, there are no land use covenants. It's completely cleaned, and we can develop residential. If we do not, we do the commercial industrial standards, then there are land use covenants that are set on the property.
I see. I understand. Okay. Well, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks. We have a motion on the table from Councilmember Matias. Want to make sure we didn't have any additional hands raised on this item. I'm seeing none from Manny. So why don't we go ahead and vote on that motion?
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you. That's going to bring us to our new item 8.2, which was formerly consent item 8E, adopting a resolution amending the fiscal year budget to appropriate $11,500,000 of Measure P funding for Bay Trail, Vine Trail maintenance, $50K, the 26-27 paving program, 11 million, and citywide pothole repair services, 500,000. This is step 2 of 2, step 1 having been completed at our most recent meeting on our action calendar. And I will turn it back over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled the item.
This is going to be 3 parts, my friend. Lightning round. So I believe my colleague, Councilmember Letterju, may have asked this question at a previous meeting, and I couldn't recall. So I'm going to ask you again. Why are we kind of signing off on a $50,000 expenditure? Like, why isn't that part of our CIP, and why is that something that you guys are asking for every single year, taking it through Measure P, then coming here? Just, yeah, just on the 50,000. That's part 1.
Microphone.
Would you mind hitting Oscar your mic? Thank
Sorry.
you. No problem.
And good evening, Mayor and council members. This is for the Bay Trail, and there's no additional funding that comes with the maintenance on the Bay Trail. We've had a couple of accidents, cars running into the split rail fence that we end up having to fund from our budget. So we're asking for funds for the 50,000, and these aren't going to be. This could happen every year if we continue to have accidents that destroy our assets, or we could not use those 50,000.
Yeah, because it just seemed from the report like this was just going to be a part of life, that we were going to have to be maintaining the trail on an ongoing basis. So I was like, if you guys have asked for money twice, then why isn't there like a dedicated fund?
Why don't we ask for it at fund?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I just a suggestion as we go into next year.
Yep.
That I need some clarity on. And then the next thing, where are we with the 25-26 repavement schedule, like that project? There's obviously a lot of concern from community about not just the potholes, but also road repavement. And so can you give an update on that?
Yeah, so the Cape Seal, which is the one that got paused because of the weather, that's scheduled to kick off end of March. And the grind and pave portion of the project is scheduled to kick off March 9th. Tentatively start date will be March 9th. And they'll start with all the ADA ramps and then move over to the asphalt.
Okay, so that's part 2. Part 3, so I asked you this when you guys brought the 25-26 package. I asked, why are we not kind of hitting arterials and collectors, kind of going after some of these bigger roads that have these issues that most Vallejoans are experiencing? And I think to summarize your response at the time, you said, if we do the Cape Seal, if we do, maybe 1 or 2 arterials, we're getting the biggest bang for our buck. I'm just kind of summarizing. So the more time passes, the more I'm starting to disagree with that. And the reason for that is because most of the complaints from folks are actually coming as they are experiencing driving through some of our major roads. And so this is kind of a bit of a complicated question, but would we be able to sort of recenter how that money's being spent so that we can actually tackle these roads that are being traveled by most of Vallejoans, and then in the meantime, we can continue patching up the smaller residential streets? Does that make sense?
Absolutely. So we have done that, and this year, 2026, we're gonna go after the main roads, which is, and you'll see Georgia, Tennessee, Redwood Street. Those are our main focus for 2026. So those will be done this year.
Okay. All right. That is all. Thank you.
Yeah. I have a quick follow-up question on that, but I'll go through. I see a lot of lights. We'll go to Councilmember Gordon first.
Thank you so much for addressing the issue on the Bay Trail, because unfortunately I did see that that whole piece gone completely. And then I did get some emails regarding that, because I believe it's my third time seeing it in that one particular area. Is there any ideas to help prevent that? Because you remember you helped me with my stop sign on Magazine. Now that pole has not been knocked down. Maybe something like that, because it is really, really bad right there. Maybe like a rubber, you know, lay down in that area or something, because yeah, it's very dangerous and people are very nervous about walking that area.
I'll take that
That's
back
one
to
question.
to our traffic engineer and discuss what options we can have there.
Thank you. And then my next question that I have for you, going back to the pavements. So is any of District 6 going to be in that first part, or is it going to be later?
No, we have portions of District 6. I want to say Amador is in District 6. We also have we're not just working on the Measure P funds on roads. We have other projects that are also going to encompass roads. We've got the Capitol Street from Sacramento to Sonoma, and we've got South Regatta are going to be, those are projects that are outside of Measure P as well.
Well, I want to thank you so much for everything you're doing for District 6. I want to publicly say thank you to you.
You're welcome.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And quick question for the Bay Trail, Vine Trail. Have we reached out to STA about any potential funding, since this was an initial project through them for that entire project? So is there potential funding that we can either ask for them, or something, maybe we start up a new project as a follow-up maintenance issue through STA?
We have asked for funding for connecting the trails. There's sections of the trail that still need to get connected. We haven't asked for ongoing maintenance funds, but we can.
So that may be something that if we can add that to the conversation, since we are experiencing those issues here, that would help offset some of the costs that we would have to take on for ourselves.
We can do that.
Councilmember Ledejoux.
Thank you. Just a couple questions around our streets. So I did some research, and what I found out, there were 3 other cities who had our same PCI index, and that was Petaluma, that was Napa, and Pacifica. And each of them did work to increase their PCI score from poor to at risk, so up above to 50. But in doing that work, Petaluma, Pacifica, I think it was, just did a lot of slurrying annually, continuously, every year, whereas Petaluma had 3 layers, slurry, and a couple other techniques. And so the question is, I think we have one technique, right? We're doing this. What are we doing? Because it would be good to know that. How are we really ensuring that the money we're spending on our streets, that we are really getting value? Because at some point when our street index is so poor, the question is, how well is the structure before we really need to do more than just rehab, right? And when do we make those decisions so that we make sure that every dollar counts? Yes, the streets need to be redone, but we also need to make sure that our investment is long-term versus 1 year, 2 years.
Yeah, so we have multiple options on the table depending on the existing condition of the roads. We have a consultant that comes out and lays out, here's the roads for this year. They go out and actually drill in the roads to see what the condition is, what the base is. They recommend a treatment. We sit down with them, we walk some of the streets and we go, okay, this looks good for this street, this doesn't look good, let's change this. So we communicate back and forth with a paving consultant.
Okay, and so how do we document that? I mean, you do this day to day, right? This is what you do every day. But you're asking me as a council member to make decisions about how we're spending our money, and I want to understand the longevity of the work that's being taken place. So how do we document that? That if anyone asked us, how did we ensure the value of every dollar we spent on these streets? And we're ensuring that the life of Georgia Street, I'll just use it as an example, based on everything that we've done, we know that we're going to get to this PCI, and we have a life, it has a shelf life of this. How do we document that?
We can provide you the reports that got us to the final decision,
Mhm.
you know, from the starting point to why we came to this decision on each road.
But beyond just giving me data, also what I'm looking for is, once you're done with that work and you've made those decisions, what kind of chart do we have? Where are the metrics that say, this is what it cost us to fix Georgia Street along this strip, and this is the expected life of that work? So that we can see, because then what that helps us to do as we continue moving forward, right, and maintaining our streets, we then know, oh, in 5 years, we need to do X, Y, and Z. We begin to plan versus being in the situation where we're paying as we go, it's an emergency, we're filling potholes and so forth and on. But it helps us to begin to truly build a plan for the future, for the next 5 years or for the next 10 years. So that's what I'm looking for in this question.
Yeah, so the report that I can produce will tell you this is what we did here, and this pavement type will last an average of X years. So that, you know, you'll see that Georgia, where we're going to do a grind and mill, will last 15 years, whereas a slurry seal may only last 5 to 7 years.
Okay, and then how do we take that data and then begin to build our street and road repavement work for the next 5 years for the future, so that we are then budgeting that work into our entire budget and we understand where we need to go year after year? How does that happen?
Again, by tracking everything that we've paved ever since we started at this Measure P, we'll know what we did on year one, what treatment was it, when is that going to roll over, when we have to hit it again.
So do we have a plan that shows us that?
We have a draft plan. for a
Okay,
10-year
so
plan.
we're building a plan.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, I'll just add a little bit of additional information. So Vallejo and virtually every other city in the 9-county Bay Area region use a tool that's provided by MTC called Street Saver, and it's a modeling tool, and it will tell you for a given amount of funding where you get the greatest return on investment relative to your PCI. So MTC also provides funding where every 2 years a consultant comes out and does a visual survey of our entire street network. So every 2 years they look at our entire street network, they identify what the deficiencies are, they do the rating, that's where the PCI comes from, and then you can use the Street Saver tool to figure out how to optimize your investment. So it will tell you if you have X number of dollars, say $9 million to invest, where that should be invested and what types of treatments to maximize your PCI. It'll also do things like, say, provide you with a model that says, if we want to move from our current PCI to a PCI of 52 over 5 years, what level of investment is required? And under the prior Public Works Director, they had begun developing a long-term pavement management program. That's been put on hold a little bit. We have been requesting and making a level of investment that we think is about required to maintain our current PCI of about $8 to $10 million per year, and that's what this budget item will allow us to do, but Public Works is working on a long-term plan.
Just one correction, it's every 3 years.
So it's every 3 years.
Thank
So
you.
Thank you for that. And so just another clarifying point, MTC comes every 3 years. Is that triggered through something in their system, or is that triggered through us saying, hey, it's been 3 years? How do we ensure that they're coming and we're tracking?
It's every 3 years, and they do it not just with Vallejo, but with all other cities as well.
So they initiate it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And so how do we help our community I'm asking these questions for a reason, so that it helps to inform our community, so that they understand the work that's being done, which is really important. And this is the only way that we're going to build our reputation and help our community to understand how we are continuing to move forward. And so as we continue to do this work, I think there's some things on our website, just how do we make these things simplified and share it out consistently and constantly while we're doing this work. It's really important, so I thank you for your work.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Palmares.
Hi, thanks for hanging in there. My recommendation for preserving the Bay Trail Vine Trail is just a pattern of armadillo or tough curb and a reflective delineator just in front of it, so people see that it's there, and if they happen to bump up against it, they'll feel that armadillo or tough curb. I think that might help the chances of that little fence there. So
Okay.
just my humble recommendation.
Yeah.
I'm not going to add anything more. I was just going to mention that I think, I know you all have done a lot of work on the plan and deciding which streets to pave and in what order given the PCI so that we can use the next 5 to 10 years to get caught up. And I think the missing piece that we've touched on is we're going to need something public facing that shows that plan, what's going to be done, what that's going to cost, that long-term plan. And I'm hoping that we got a little information about it now. I'm hoping that that can be presented soon because we're getting a lot of questions about it. It's been a priority of residents now for many years, and you all are doing the work. We need to figure out a way to communicate that out and make sure that our public can see it and also track progress and go, hey, I saw Georgia Street on 2026. I want to see, jackhammering ground on Georgia Street. Councilmember Burgenser.
Just to level set, I thought I heard the city manager say that this level of investment that we're currently doing, the 8 to 10 million a year, is only to maintain our current score. It's not to increase or improve our current score. Is that correct?
Yeah, Director Alcantara, you'd need to confirm that, but I think we need to make a greater investment to increase the scores, which would be part of a long-term plan.
That's correct.
So the 11 million that we just approved is maintaining our current PCI. That's not even going to make a dent in the score. So we're going to need that brought back then.
That's what our consultant is saying.
Okay. All right. With that, I think we're ready for a motion on this item.
Yes, I move we adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget to appropriate $11.5 million for measure P funding for 1, the Bay Trail Vine Trail maintenance of $50,000, 2, fiscal year 2026-2027 paving program construction of $11 million, and 3, citywide pothole repair services of $500,000, which is step 2 of 2.
All right. We're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you very much. That is going to bring us to our action calendar, and I'll start by asking our city clerk to announce item 9A, please.
Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Vallejo awarding and approving the construction contract with Mountain Cascade Incorporated for the demolition and replacement of Skyview Tank for a not-to-exceed amount of $60,823,596, rejecting all other bids and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, thank you. So we'll go ahead and open up public comment on this item for anyone that wishes to address the council in person or online. And we have our water director and team here. I'll pass it off to you, Director Schoenberger.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Beth Schoenberger, Water Director. We're here for a relatively straightforward item, but a high dollar value, so we have a brief presentation for you. The recommendation being adopting a resolution to award the construction contract to Mountain Cascade and authorizing the city manager to execute the contract and documents. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview. Skyview Tank is essential to distribution of drinking water as well as to pressure and fire flow. It's funded by the 2021 revenue bond proceeds, and it's really a routine, this is really a routine award of a contract. That's about all I have to say to kind of give some context, and I'm going to turn it over to Water Operations Manager Melissa Cansdale.
Good evening, Council. I'm Melissa Cansdale, Operations Manager, overseeing the Water Resources and Engineering Divisions of the Water Department. Manny, can you go maybe 2 slides, the next slide? There you go. I'm here to give the overview of the project and the engineering details, so I'll try not to go too fast, just because I really like engineering stuff, guys. Okay. Skyview Tank is a 6 million gallon concrete tank. It was built in 1968, and it's located off of Goheen Circle near Hans Park, and I'm sorry for misspelling Hans Park. That's my mistake. It provides pressure supply and fire flow to the system, and it's one of 2 tanks that supports the 292 pressure zone. The other tank is a 6 million gallon concrete tank near Columbus Parkway. Next slide, please. So long-term leakage has been observed at the tank. In 2021, we performed a leak test that indicated that up to 115,000 gallons per day were leaking out of the tank. Tanks have an underdrain system that gather water and send it down either into a storm drain or into a creek. So the picture you see is kind of is the outlet of the tank. And unfortunately, that is not all the water that was leaking out of the tank. Water was also leaking through the hillside about 250 feet away. So the underdrain system was not capturing the entirety of the leakage or the entirety of the problem. Next slide, please. So the tank, as part of the tank inspection program, was taken offline. It was inspected. It was assessed. And the conclusions were that it was actually in extremely poor condition, not just poor condition. It was past its useful life, and the most prudent long-term solution would be to replace the tank. Other options discussed were to just line it or to perform some other rehabilitation efforts on it. But the reality of the situation is those efforts were going to cost a lot of money, and they weren't going to provide a long-term solution. They were only going to last between 5 and 10 years. Next slide, please. All right, so a project overview. I'll kind of skip through this just a little bit. The project overview is we're going to demolish the tank. We're going to fix any other problems that are with the site, if there are any, and then we're going to build a new tank on the site. We are going to perform a geotechnical investigation of the foundation area of the tank, just in case there's any issues with it because of the amount of water it was losing, but otherwise we're replacing the tank as is. We're not expanding it. We're not expanding the site. It's just going to be a replace in kind. Next slide, please. As far as the bid process is concerned, standard bid process, we advertised on October 1st. We closed bids on November 20th. They were reviewed for responsiveness, responsibility, compliance with our procurement rules. We received 2 bids. One bid was from Thompson Builders Corporation, and the other was from Mountain Cascade. Mountain Cascade has been found to be the lowest responsible bidder and lowest responsive bidder, and is also under the engineer's estimate of $17,760,919. Next slide, please. Pictures from inside the tank. Not very many people get to go inside a tank, and this is what it looks like on the inside. And that's it. This is the end of our presentation, and we'll take any comments or questions that you may have.
All right, thank you very much. Before we get to council, let's go ahead and see if we have any commenters. I don't believe we have anybody in person. We do not. Do we have anyone online?
Yeah, we do have one speaker. Just want to make sure he keeps his comments to the item in question. George Lance, did you want to speak on the demolition of the water tank? Please unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yes, I was I'm really waiting for later public comment, but my comment on this is also very similar. I think we need to check the financing and make sure that these guys are not.
All right.
Let's carry on.
Okay. Councilmember Bergenzer.
Yeah, did the caller hang up?
Yeah, I think we need to let the call. I think we need to let the speaker finish. If they're speaking about the water tank, we need to let them finish.
Okay, sir, go ahead.
Yes, I'm not sure how I was cut off there. I was speaking about the funding of this project, and what was the reason for the disconnection?
I think it was just a glitch.
Okay, sure. Okay, well, I was just my comment as a U.S. citizen and a friend of Vallejo is that I think we need to check the funding of these sort of projects and make sure that these funding agencies are not caught up with the same groups of Jeffrey Epstein and the Jewish pedophiles and the ADL and Jewish supremacy funding genocide. As long as these companies are working together with groups like that, we shouldn't do any business with them. Besides that, I'm okay with the tank repair, but I am definitely not for Jewish supremacy and their financing of this kind of stuff. Thank you.
All right. We do have to hear, just because we hear someone's speech doesn't mean it is what we agree with. We must let our speakers speak. And with that, I'll turn it over. Presuming we don't have any other public commenters, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Bergenser.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions. The first is the tank was leaking 115,000 gallons per day, and I think the packet said 48,500. Was that just a typo, or is it updated?
I think it was the difference in what was measured. So the total leakage was 115,000, and
Okay.
we were only measuring 48,000 out of the under drain. So which meant the
I see.
remainder was actually going through the hillside.
Okay. And then how long was that leaking before the leak test? Do we have any idea, like the actual amount that was lost?
I do not know how long it was leaking for. It was leaking for a long time, and I think the tank was taken offline, I want to say around 2018 after the Napa earthquake, because they noticed some leakage at that time, and so then there were some preliminary fixes that were done. Tank was brought back online, and there was still a lot of leakage out of the under drain system. Nobody realized that there would be additional leakage just going through the soil substrate.
Okay. Do we have any estimate as to how much total? Do you have any ballpark of how much water we lost?
I have no idea,
Okay.
because I don't know how many years it was actually leaking.
My second question is, there were only 2 bids received, but it seems like for a project this scale, there should have been a lot more bids. So I'm just wondering, were there any barriers that would have discouraged other bidders from bidding on this contract? 17 million is a lot of money.
I was actually really surprised that only 2 bids were officially received. We had, I think, between 11 and 13 different contractors show up to the pre-bid conference. I really thought we were going to have a lot of options here, and then when we only had 2, I just didn't. I was very surprised.
It seems very suspicious that there's only 2 bids.
I don't disagree.
Yeah. Okay. And then my last question, I know that the water price fund is the enterprise fund is going to fund this, but it really comes out of the water rates is what funds it. And so I'm just wondering when the next water rate study is going to occur, and will this project affect future rate adjustments?
Absolutely right. The water ratepayers pay for not only the treatment and operation of the water system, but also the capital infrastructure projects essential to keeping it reliable and moving forward. We anticipate another rate study in about 18 months.
Okay. And will this project affect that rates?
No, we've already budgeted it in the
Okay,
CIP.
good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Right, Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 quick questions. One, that tank bumps up against a residential neighborhood, which is in my neck of the woods. What is the level of community engagement that your team is going to be engaging in as you go through these different phases to ensure that those folks know what is going on and what the impact is going to be to them? Because I'm sure there's going to be some noise. And there may be some dust and some other stuff going on. So can you just walk us through that?
Yeah, absolutely. So it was one of the primary concerns that we had when we were discussing the design of this tank and how the construction was going to happen. We even looked at possibly creating an alternate route through the park itself, and that wasn't really a feasible option either. So to ensure that there's as limited impact to the community, the neighborhood there, is that, we have specific working hours that are outlined in the contract. They're 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., so there's no loud noises that are impacting residents when they're, sleeping or when they're home. And then traffic control is going to be really important because that is a circle, right? So it's really kind of a limited area. And I anticipated that we would be creating outreach materials such as brochures or reaching out directly to the community members there just to let them know what was happening, give them my card. If you have any issues, call me, let me know. Just to be really active and engaged with them. And that's typically what we do, even during construction for water mains. It's just kind of a standard practice.
And I just wanted to add, if there are ongoing community meetings that you might be holding with constituents, we'd be happy to show up and speak there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be kept abreast of the construction and be engaged and go knock on some doors if I need to because, you know, those folks have been living there for a long time. They're also going to want their peace and quiet, and they're going to have feelings. And so about it, because that's very close. That tank is very close to homes. So I would like to be kept aware and support any community engagement that takes place. I think any community engagement also needs to make sure it goes out in different languages, not just English, but Tagalog, Spanish.
Absolutely.
And then this is maybe an interesting question, but that road is also nearing the end of its useful life, and you guys are running a lot of material and stuff through there. So what happens if there's potholes? Like, or is that being covered under your fund for you guys to repair any damage to that street?
Currently, no, but we did anticipate that there might be some impacts, and so I think when we identify what those exact impacts are, then we can assess it and fund it and work with Public Works to see if that needs to be fixed. If that's due to the impacts of the water project, then it's something that the water team would be paying for, particularly on Goheen Circle, because I know I've been up there. But the larger roadways that we'll be using to access, not just Skyline and not just Goheen, but the larger roadways that we would use to access, I think those are actually in pretty decent condition.
Yeah, I mean, I've been talking to our director, Oscar, for those roads are hitting almost 60 years. So we've got to do some work. And I just want to make sure that if there is some impact, that you guys are accounting for that in the project. And then my last question is the PLA, we signed that 2 years ago. They said this, I'm reading it here, it says we would receive reporting on local workforce development efforts and, you know, how many local Vallejoans we're hiring for these projects. And so I don't know what reports our senior council members have received, but I want to start getting some of that reporting. So this contractor should let us know how many local Vallejoans are being hired for the project and what the economic impact is. And I think in here it says it's supposed to be sent quarterly, so I would want that to be sent to us.
Absolutely. And part of managing the project is tracking that.
Okay, thanks.
I just wanted to follow up on one of your earlier comments just about the neighborhood and people's concerns. One of the key messages we will bring is that we are creating a more safe environment for them as well. I mean, the tank leaking as it was definitely, you know, a hazardous condition, and we've been managing the water system without it, even though it actually plays a very key role in terms of pressure for all of those residents nearby and distribution of their drinking water. So we just want to help them understand how important it is to them and the benefits they'll be receiving, and we'll definitely be communicating and engaged about disturbances and dust and noise and all that.
Yeah, and thank you for your work. Thank you and your team's work for moving that process forward.
My
Appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I think, to my colleague's point, I think the presentation you just did would be something that should go out to the public via mail, because I think that it'll be more understandable to the layman's eye. My question, and you might have said it, and I probably missed it, how long is this project supposed to be?
The project will last 18 to 24 months.
Okay. The second question is the water off now?
Yes, the tank has been offline since 2021.
Okay, I thought you said that. Let me clarify. And I heard you say something about it being hazardous. Have the cleanup already started?
I'll answer that.
Oh, go-
It was dangerous when it was leaking and had not been drained and taken offline. That was the dangerous aspect to the situation. It's not hazardous materials or anything like that.
The area where the water was leaking?
Yes, back in 2021 before we took it
Because
offline.
I think of mildew.
No,
Oh.
I'll
Go
jump in and
ahead. Yeah.
clarify. The reason that we took the tank offline is because we had concerns that the foundation wasn't going to support the tank. We were concerned about foundation failure, which would have led to complete, catastrophic failure of the tank, and it could have been damaging to people, to the hillside. So that's why we took it offline. But there were no hazardous materials. The water was not problematic. There's no mold or mildew or anything in that tank.
Did you want?
Correct. No,
Thank you.
Yeah, she covered it. Thank
So,
you, Melissa.
Going back to notifying the community, I would hope that you would make that initiative and just so that the community know that you're being transparent. And I recommend not 7 a.m. I recommend 8. Just because, I don't know about you, but that area is more older life. No disrespect to my colleague, but just because I know that might be scary to them. It's noise right at 7. And I'm experiencing that myself personally, so I know what that may do. So my recommendation would probably be that time. But I appreciate your work. Thank you for caring and being transparent.
And we're developing the communications plan as we speak and in multiple languages. Just wanted to assure you of that as well.
Councilmember Letajou.
Thank you. Just want to revisit your statement about the budget and not affecting the rate study coming up. So I just would like a little more information. So are you telling me that when you took it offline or even prior to that, I'm just hoping from a capital project improvement perspective of your equipment that you have just been saving and budgeting? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Good
I don't want to
question.
get to the budget study, I don't want to get to the water rate study, and all of a sudden, we're talking about this again.
No,
Just want to clarify.
Just initially, just a couple details. Initially, we
Sure.
put, so sorry. We put $4 million in the CIP, I think 2 or 3 years ago in anticipation of this, and we've been building the amount so that by the time we went out to bid, there was sufficient funding in there. So
Thank you for that, I appreciate
thanks.
it.
That's a good question.
All right. Thank you all so much. And just to be clear, because the public, we just had a road repair discussion. We're going to be having budget discussions. Want to reiterate to everyone that the water department is an enterprise fund. It raises revenue from the fees that are charged for water. All the funding is kept separately. So you all save, as the director just said, they save separately, do their capital projects separately. And this money is coming out of that water fund. So just for transparency and clarity. And with that, do we have a motion on the item?
Yes, Mayor. I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Vallejo awarding approving the construction contract with Mountain Cascade Incorporated for the demolition and replacement of the Skyview tank for a not-to-exceed amount of $16,823,596, rejecting all other bids, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
And right before we vote, Councilmember Matias,
I
go
will
right ahead.
be recusing myself from the vote on this particular vote.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, the rest of us will vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Councilmember Matias recusing himself.
All right, thank you very much. That's going to bring us to item 9B, and I will ask our city clerk to announce this item.
Adopt a resolution making appointments. You will be making 5 appointments this evening, although you only have 3 applicants that interview and are qualified to the Architectural Heritage and Landmarks Commission, and also the participatory budgeting steering committee. The 2 council member interview team actually interviewed only 2 applicants, so hopefully this evening you will be making 2 appointments to that committee.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and open up public comment on this item, and I will turn it over to the team that interviewed these applicants, were council members Bergenzer and Gordon. And my suggestion will be if you didn't have any concerns about any of the applicants, we might just go ahead and appoint them all since there are more vacancies than applicants. Councilmember Bergenzer.
I can tell you, I didn't have any reservations about anybody who was interviewed. I think they all did an outstanding job.
Councilmember Gordon.
I'm just so happy we don't have to pick. So I agree, we should go ahead, because they were all amazing.
With that, do we have a motion to make these appointments? And I believe we had two, and for one of I believe it was the Architectural Heritage and Landmark Commission, we had some different term lengths. I would recommend, since we have fewer applicants than slots, we go ahead and give everyone the longer term. And with that, do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I move that we adopt a resolution making appointments to the Architectural Heritage and Landmarks Commission and the Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee. Do we need to state the names and the positions and the terms?
I can do that if you would like. So
Yes, please.
You are appointing Ann Adams, Tanya Hall, and Brendan Riley to the AAHLC for terms to expire 12/31/29. And to PB, you are appointing Linda Daniels as the primary and Corinne Quinn as the secondary, and Patricia Hunter and Dr. Annette Clark to PB for their terms to expire June 30th of 2027.
Great, thank you very much. And before we vote, let's see if we have public comment on this item.
Through the mayor, we do have one speaker.
All right, let's take them.
George Lance, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. How long do I have for this?
The time is 3 minutes. You're going to need to keep it on this item, which are appointments to our Architectural Heritage and Landmarks Commission and our Participatory Budgeting Commission.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you. So when we're talking about heritage and these applicants, hearing from the public, it's important for them as they're getting voted in, as well as your council, on how the public feels about heritage and different aspects of heritage. Some, for instance, from a perspective of European heritage.
So I'm going to go ahead and stop you right there, sir. We're talking about architectural heritage. So we're talking about historic landmarks in our city. You have comments on that, you're welcome to continue.
It's unfortunate. I'm sorry that I can't make my point directly without stating the European influence on architecture in Vallejo. I don't know what you're talking about. Where's this architecture? We're talking about European architecture. And that's what I'm saying. There are Europeans that would like their representation.
You're welcome to comment on the item. The item is appointments to our Architectural Heritage Commission. If you have comments on the appointments that the City Council is making to that and our other commission, we can take them now. Otherwise, we're going to have to hold you for the next broader community forum.
Excuse me, you are breaking my speech. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but legally you have to be on the item, and we're clarifying to you that these are appointments to commissions. So these are appointments to boards and commissions to the City of Vallejo.
To a heritage commission. We're talking about appointments to a heritage commission of architecture, and you keep breaking up my points. You don't have the right to decide what I'm talking about isn't germane. This is absolutely germane to architecture, and you keep interrupting me before I can even make a point. These people are getting these board positions, and they should know how European Americans feel about preservation of their culture, a lot of which is in our city's architecture. And this has a lot of meaning right now, especially when you have Ireland and England and Italy and France and all throughout Europe basically being their culture being basically watered down and turned into mush. These are beautiful cultures, and if we can't keep our architecture and heritage alive locally and give the right credit to the right groups for their influence on that architecture, then what kind of comment do you expect here? This doesn't go along with what you think. Viewpoint discrimination is what you're exemplifying right now, and I would not be so quick to interrupt people when they're talking about things that are important to them. There are white people in this country who feel like they are under assault from all angles, being told that they don't have culture and that they need enriched and get this cultural diversity from everyone else is going to enrich them. I think it's time to start looking at things a little bit differently. When you see these Jeffrey Epstein tapes and their Jewish supremacy calling everyone goyim, white people have been called white supremacists long enough. We should have our architecture and our culture celebrated. And that is 100% germane to what we're talking about. I'm sorry that you don't think so. This is a problem with free speech in these city councils. You guys are so touchy. Thank you very much.
All right, moving on. We have a motion to vote on.
I'm missing a vote.
We are missing a vote.
There we go. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you all very much. We have continued item C to a future meeting, which means we are on to action item 9D, which I will ask our city clerk to announce.
Notice of intent to amend fiscal year 25-26 budget, mid-year, step 1. This is step 1 of 2.
All right, we have our assistant city manager and our finance team here. Just as soon as you're ready, I'll turn it over to you. And we'll go ahead and open up public comment on this item, both in person and online.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Nalango Conley, Assistant City Manager, also this evening, the Acting Finance and Treasury Director, and I'm here with Rochelle Bean to help me present the mid-year budget. We do have a presentation, thank you, that's coming up. Before I launch into it, and it's actually not that long to give you guys opportunity to discuss the budget. Just wanted to let folks who are listening in that the budget is more than just the sums that they will see on the screen, that it really is the manifestation of the vision that we have for our city, and that staff worked really hard to make some adjustments, and I believe that all of those were incorporated in the presentation. There were some that we were doing last minute, so I will speak to those if it's not completely up to date. And with that, let's keep going. Next slide, please. Next slide. See, we're going faster than I thought. So this slide right here is just a overview of our general fund as of December 31st. Just wanted to remind council that when you adopted the fiscal year 25-26 budget, it was with the assumption that there was going to be a $4 million+ deficit at that time that was going to impact fund balance. And then from that time of adoption until December 31st, there's been an additional $1.34 million added expenditures that council has made. And just to refresh your memory, 1.1 million of that was related to public safety. There was some funds devoted towards economic development, a work plan, as well as the contract for the Roosevelt Group for shipbuilding. There was some funds directed towards youth programs, as well as some housing funds that was incorporated in that $1.34 million. Next slide, please. So with that, this slide here shows you the far left column. It shows what the revised budget is as of December 31st, 2025. So that $5.428 million at the bottom incorporates those charges that I just mentioned. These were sort of the assumptions made. And then the next three columns where you have proposed mid-year, you have updated projections, the technical adjustments, and then additional expenditures. You will see that there's a little slight uptick in revenues of about $328,000. And then the middle section is technical adjustments. So one of the things that we've done, that first line, I believe the direction that was given at the start of the fiscal year back in July was to remove most of the vacancies from all the departments except for the ones that were approved at the time, and then that those vacancies were supposed to be applied to the overall budget. So it was removed out of each individual department and then sort of placed in the general fund. That hadn't happened, and so that $7.4 million is that adjustment. So it's essentially accounting for all the vacancies that we had that hadn't been removed from the individual departments. So that's why that's such a large number. And then you see the number below, the $4.651 million is related to overtime. Past practice has been to use the mid-year to make the adjustment for what is an ongoing, reoccurring charge of overtime, primarily from police and fire, but also from other city departments. And so that's quite a large number there. And then the $631,000 that you see further down on transfers and subsidies is related to some additional funding that we're providing for the planning department. They're an enterprise department, but they had some challenges staffing up at the beginning of the year. I think they're closer to the staffing levels that they need. So we expect that we wouldn't have to provide any more general fund support on an ongoing basis. But that's just what we think is probably just a one-time expense there. And so those adjustments with the savings, we then have a $2.1 million, savings that we can apply after we do our technical adjustments. And so the part for mid-year that we're going to talk about this evening is that additional expenditures line. And so what we have done is we have it broken up into two parts. We have a staffing request, and then we have a supplies and what are we calling, service and supplies budget. And so the $379,000 is related to the positions that we're asking for. We have to do a $200,000 overtime adjustment related to those positions. We have been trending for leave payouts for people that either leave the city voluntarily or they retire. We've been trending about $1 million annually, so we're making that adjustment. And then we have a request for $1.9 million in services and supplies, which you'll see in later slides, it's reduced from the amount that we thought that we were going to bring before you. So that overall leads to a total expenditure of about $3+ million. And then as you see at the far right column, when we adjust across the line, that means that we are expected to end this current fiscal year, the 25-26 year, with a $6 million deficit that will impact the fund balance, bringing us to $25.6 million, or 18.44% of our overall revenues. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this slide covers our general fund revenue sources. As you can see, property tax actually went up slightly, about a little over $1 million, but sales tax, that's Measure B and Measure P, as well as our utility user tax, cannabis tax, business license tax are all trending down. Cannabis tax had a very large decrease once we had our consultants go in and basically audit the books. It turns out that they identified some overpayments, and so we had to make that adjustment, which is why it's so large. And then, as you know, the state of the economy, sales tax is down about 1.8%. And then from there, program revenues are up slightly, but that's primarily related to some grant funding that we got to offset some of our increases. And then, of course, we've had some additional expenses. Next slide, please. Okay, no, this is just a graph detailing what was on the last slide. You can go to the next slide, please. Right, so this slide here is just showing the overall position of, as I said, the state of the general fund as of December 31st, 2025, and then where we've amended it if you accept all the mid-year adjustments. As you see, there is an increase of expenditures of a little under $1 million once all the adjustments are made. You know, it's the sum total of all the asks and adjustments. Essentially, you see that there was an increase in the service and supplies area. There was an increase in the overtime, as mentioned before. That's the biggest mid-year adjustments that we're making. And then some of the transfers and subsidies, that's the amount that we are funding the planning department out of the general fund. And then there was an increase in our utilities by about $300,000. Next slide, please. So this is our service and supplies expenditure request related to the, for all departments related to the mid-year adjustment. So it's by department. We worked very hard to reach back out to every department to have them really figure out what was critical and what could be essentially put off, knowing that the budget situation is very challenging. And as you see, the original request there on the left column as compared to the right, we have made some significant adjustments. We also did have to allocate some additional funds for the POAC based on information that we got from the city manager and city attorney. So that was something that wasn't included in the original request, but we have it here in the revised amount. Next slide, please. So this is just the continuing request related to services and supplies. As you see, we were able to reduce the initial ask from 2.5 million down to 1.9 million. You know, we think that the adjustments that we made are reasonable. They do put some stress on some of the services, but we think that after talking to all the directors, that this is a responsible approach to what we need to do to get us through the end of the fiscal year. Next slide, please. Next slide. So same thing here. This is for our staffing requests. As you see, we were able to decrease from the original amount of 513,000 down to about 275,000. So we are asking to unfreeze secretary position in the economic development department. We're asking to unfreeze at least the one admin analyst 2 in finance. And then in HR, we're asking to unfreeze the employee labor relations officer. And then in the police department, we are seeking to add the reform program manager position. We have planning and development services down below, but they are an enterprise fund and they don't expect to have any impact on the general fund for the position listed below. And then we also have a part-time PRA coordinator as extra help. And then we did ask for a public works director salary change that we expect to cost about $1,700 through the end of the year. Next slide, please. So again, this is just a graphical representation of the overall staffing count and adjustments that we will be making. Again, as I said, the staffing impact to the general fund is about $379,000. That also includes the $102,000 for the PRA coordinator, and then the almost $2,000 increase for the public works director salary change. Next slide. So this is just the next steps. We're proposing some of these dates. I think Dawn will be sending out an email trying to see everybody's availability. I know in the past you had 2 special sessions related to budget workshops. The step 2 of this item will come back on March 10th, and then we are proposing to have budget sessions on or around March 31st and April 21st, although I know that there was a motion made that one of the budget sessions happens the first week or the first Tuesday in May. So we're happy to kind of work around that schedule. These are what we are proposing to discuss at those meeting dates. And then, you know, proposing to publish our budget on May 15th, and then having a special council member meeting on June 2nd, which would be the final study session, and then the preliminary review of the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget, and then bringing that final budget back on June 9th for a vote. And I believe that's the end of the presentation. Happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you very much. So we will take public comment on this item, and I'm going to look around and see if we might want to also take a short recess, because I think we'll probably have a pretty long discussion. I want to glance at my colleagues and see, do we want to take public comment, then our recess, or do we want to go ahead and take a recess, then take public comment? We'll go ahead and take public comment. All right, do we have speakers in person?
Yes, we do. We have Sherry Ann Grimm signed up.
And as she approaches the podium, we currently have 2 speakers online.
Good evening. The first thing I'd like to do is I'd like to acknowledge the honesty, the transparency, and the detailed documents that accompanied this item tonight. And in fact, every item that ACM Conley has brought forward. It is a daunting task to be an assistant city manager and an acting fiscal director and still be responsive to the needs of the public. She deserves our thanks, and none of my comments are directed at her. Anyone paying attention last year could have predicted this $20 million deficit. Last year's budget was balanced by overly optimistic revenue projections for the times that we found ourselves in. Dependency on a large number of unfilled positions and several one-time savings. Of course, the amount is concerning, but what is more concerning is that the council, specifically Councilmember Ledeju, last year gave City Manager Murray direction and requested that he come back with a citywide assessment of where cuts could be made at the time. It appears that he didn't do that. At least I didn't remember seeing it come public. Instead, now the city is asking for more spending. The mayor also requested a subcommittee last year to work on the structural issues of the budget at that time. And it appears that that never happened either. This is but one such example of council providing direction and it just not happening. This cannot continue. Your entire first year has had several issues where clear direction was provided and nothing happens, or after several requests, it finally gets done a year later. Who pays the price for this? The taxpayers of Vallejo. My question is why? Why is council allowing this? As a community member and a taxpayer, I expect that the people elected to serve the best interests of the city are respected and heard by staff and are responsive. It is time for this council to hold staff accountable to the direction that they are providing. And when that's not done, it becomes a problem for the council. We should not be in this dire of a situation, and the last year should have been spent working on addressing the structural issues. Instead, staff has come forward with more than $30 million or $20 million deficit and an ask for 5 new positions and for you to unfreeze 7. If staff wants to increase expenditures with that kind of deficit, they need to also bring forward solid plans for meaningful cuts. The council deserves data, thoughtful recommendations, and improved responsiveness.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and call our online speakers.
First online speaker, Lewis Michael. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to speak on this item tonight because the budget is something that I care a lot about, making sure that the city is engaging the community. And I appreciate the detailed messages, the detailed materials provided in the 1,832-page agenda packet. And I understand that mid-year adjustments are part of responsible budgeting. I know that cities change, projections shift, and things happen. My concern isn't about any single line item, but more so about trajectory. I do appreciate the clarification in tonight's presentation that the vacancy adjustment is just like a technical correction and not new spending. That kind of transparency is helpful. But what I'm thinking about is the bigger picture. The staff report noted a projected baseline shortfall of over $20 million for fiscal year 26 and 27. And that's not small. And so when we're making adjustments tonight, especially ones that may be ongoing, I'm trying to understand the trajectory that we're setting. So which of these mid-year changes represent ongoing structural commitments? And how do those commitments impact next year's projected deficit? The staff materials note revenue growth of only around 1.3%, while expenditures continue to rise significantly. And that gap seems more structural and not temporary. And that's what I think deserves deeper public clarity. If some of these mid-year adjustments are one-time corrections, that's one thing. But if they're ongoing commitments, then they compound next year's structural gap. So I just want to figure out which category those things are in. Because if we're entering a period where difficult trade-offs are coming, which it seems is the case, I think it's important that the public sees that full structural picture early, not just numbers, but the full baseline model, including the shortfall as a percentage of the general fund, the primary cost drivers, and whether this is a one-year imbalance or part of a longer structural trend. Deficit years are hard, but they also present an opportunity to strengthen transparency and shared responsibility. And the more clear the structure is explained, the more constructive community engagement can be. So I hope some of these structural questions come up in your discussion tonight. And I also shared some thoughts with you in an email that I sent earlier today about strengthening early engagement this year. And I look forward to continuing that conversation as you all move into the next fiscal cycle. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Next and final speaker, Melvin Cowan. Unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, as well as community. I'm Melvin Cowan, Vallejo resident. I really want to thank ACM Conley for the data, your insights shared, and the presentation. I echo what everyone else shared this evening, so appreciate you. We all recognize that maintaining core services requires responsible staffing and disciplined financial oversight. The positions before us tonight are largely they appear to be tied to compliance, reform obligations, fiduciary controls, and programs that are meant to protect the city from long-term risk. That alignment reflects the operational realities that the staff are managing. And at the same time, the projected structural shortfall next fiscal year indicates that revenue growth and ongoing obligations are not fully aligned. And that's not meant to be a criticism. It's just the fiscal condition that we're navigating. Service expectations continue to expand, and we see this as the need continues to grow within our city. Yet the revenue growth remains limited and declining. So that just reveals a broader structural pattern. And so the issue before us is not staffing by itself. It's whether our revenue architecture is calibrated to sustainably support the services and outcomes we expect the city to deliver. And that includes housing. And so Vallejo faces ongoing pressure related to homelessness and an aging population at risk of losing housing or needing to downsize. And without proactive pathways for permanent supportive housing and attainable senior housing, fiscal pressure will surface in other systems, whether it be emergency response, public safety, strain, and long-term service costs. And so this is a decision point. As staffing is restored to meet compliance and oversight needs, the city can also examine how cost recovery enterprise supported systems, much like the water program's presentation, and development services are structured. Transparent and predictable fee models, particularly calibrated for deed restricted affordable housing, can protect the general fund while maintaining housing production that reduces downstream fiscal pressure. And so moments like this shape institutional direction. Aligning revenue structure with service expectations strengthens long-term stability. So I offer these comments tonight for the record in support of sustained fiscal clarity and institutional stability. Thank you all for your time.
All right. Thank you. With that, we will close public comment and we will move to council comments. But prior to doing so, why don't we take a 5-minute recess because we've been at it for a few hours. So we'll be back. We'll aim for 9:15 to come back. All right, everyone, we're going to get back to, it always takes a little bit longer for everybody to get their break. Yeah. All right, we are reassembling. We've got a video freeze that we can try and make sure. Well, the caption's still going, so we'll plow forward. And before we get to council comments, I understand Assistant City Manager Conley, you wanted to make one more clarifying question, or clarifying update.
Yes, thank you so much. So when I was going down the list of staffing positions, I neglected to mention that for human resources, there was actually another position for an analyst too. That position was actually frozen, but we did not remove the budget for it. So the budget is actually there for that position, so we do need council to approve just unfreezing it. So there isn't really a general fund impact, if that makes sense. And then
All right.
also,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Would you mind restating that?
Yeah, of course. So I'm trying to find the slide. So on the staffing list of positions that are being requested, we are requesting for HR, the Employee and Labor Relations position. And then we're also asking for the Personnel Analyst 2 position. Now, both those positions were frozen, and the budget for the Employee Labor Relations Officer was actually removed. The budget for the Personnel Analyst 2 was not removed, so the budget is there. The position was just frozen. So there's no general fund impact because the money is there. It's already in the general fund. So we're just asking to unfreeze the position to allow us to hire for it. But we don't need you to actually allocate any funds for it because it's already there, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you, and I'm
Okay.
sure we'll have many questions.
Yeah.
I've got Councilmember Lettigiou and then the Vice Mayor, so I'll turn it over to Councilmember Lettigiou.
And one quick thing, I
course.
think City Manager Murray had some clarifications that he wanted to make too on the presentation.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Just really quickly, just so the council is clear on it, there was a comment made about not convening an ad hoc subcommittee that the council had authorized. Actually, the council considered that item, I believe, back in October. The council had considered establishing an ad hoc budget and finance subcommittee. The council decided to continue that until we had hired a finance director. So that's not pending. We haven't hired a finance director. That's intentional. And in addition, the organizational assessment was proposed to be conducted by one of the auditing firms that council approved at our last council meeting. So that's still on track. We will have an agenda item at the March 3rd council meeting to approve that scope.
All right, Councilmember Lettigiou.
So I just want to correct that. As it relates to the organizational assessment, what I had asked for was what positions we needed and to come back with how we were going to really trim our budget. And that has not ever been done.
Correct.
So I do want to put that on the record, and I'm going to continue.
Correct, to inform the budget development process for next fiscal year, which we
No.
haven't started. I'm sorry, yet. Well,
It
okay.
was even during mid-year. So I'm not going to continue because I know what I asked for, and we can go back to the record. I've been
Okay.
asking for it numerous times. So what I want to, the first thing that I want to touch is we have over $4 million in overtime. And we call that a technical adjustment. That is not a technical adjustment. And while maybe the city has been treating it that way, but if you overspend your budget, we've allocated $5 million, whatever it was, $5 million plus for overtime. We are already, by the time we got to January, we had already used our entire overtime budget. And that happens to be a trend that this city has, and then we call it a technical adjustment. It truly is a budgeted item. If we're going to spend $10 million every year on overtime, then we should book $10 million at the beginning of the budget. That's very important. That is not a technical adjustment. I just want to put that on the record. Additionally, when we talked about this last budget cycle, and that was the $7 million in salary, what we call salary savings, the vacant positions. And we have continuously said we cannot budget or balance our budget on salary savings. It's not possible. We need to change how we're doing our budget. We have to fix our budget structurally and make some real choices about our budget. Additionally, I'm just curious about the 631 under the technical adjustment that's for planning department, which is an enterprise fund. And I'm not sure why we had to give our enterprise fund these dollars, but at what point in time can the enterprise fund reimburse our general fund for planning?
That's a great question. And I don't know that we had thought about them reimbursing the general fund for this expenditure. I know that on a go-forward basis, I believe that they are sort of cost neutral to the general fund. I don't know, City Manager Murray.
Sure. So the Planning and Development Services Department was established, and the Planning and Development Services Fund was established as an enterprise fund for the first time in this current fiscal year. And the reason we thought that was a prudent budgeting strategy was so that their operations would be self-funded and self-contained. What had been happening in the past, and I think had been a budgeting practice in other areas, was, for instance, in planning and development services, if they received a big payment for a permit, that would be deposited in the general fund, and it wasn't tracked or reserved for downstream costs like staff time to process that permit. So we wanted to establish them as a self-sustaining independent fund, but because they hadn't been accruing and setting aside past permit fees, we knew as part of the current year budget that they would need to have some startup funding. And they didn't meet their program revenues that we were expecting in this budget year, which is why they need an additional subsidy this year. We're expecting going forward that it'll be self-balancing, but they hadn't been reserving for all the years in the past when they've been receiving permit revenues. They hadn't been reserving that to pay for their subsequent costs. I will say that the Planning and Development Services has brought forward recommendations for fee increases. They received some council feedback on that they're going back and retooling their recommendations for, which will help them be more self-sustaining in the future. But that's the cause, is that they needed more startup funding than we originally budgeted.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back to the $4.6 million or $4.7 million on overtime, which is on page 5. So what conversations have we had with our departments regarding how we're using overtime and really ensuring that we're using overtime in a way that's sustainable, productive, and we're just not assigning overtime? So what are we doing? Because there should be department level discussions about overtime and how it's being approved and justified. Because we are, by the time we end this fiscal year, we have spent $10 million on overtime.
Yeah, so I've had conversations, and I know finance has as well, with the department heads for both police and fire to have them examine their overtime, and particularly to analyze the question of what the service impacts would be if they reduce their overtime, because you're right, as a proportion of their overall personnel cost, it's quite high. I understand the perspective regarding the technical adjustment. The reason that we're describing it as such as we were intending to fix the historic budgeting issue of not budgeting, knowingly not budgeting enough in the beginning of the fiscal year for overtime and then paying for it out of salary savings elsewhere. We intended to fix that this current fiscal year. It just didn't get in the budget assembly process incorporated. So that was our intention, was to, again, set the salaries line to accurately reflect how much we thought we were going to actually spend in salaries, set the overtime line, and we've done that for the other departments. It just didn't get carried out for some reason in police and fire.
So yeah, we've had conversations with both of those departments about what they would need to do and what the service impacts would be of reducing overtime.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to go to page 13 on the staffing. You're asking us to unfreeze these positions, and you're saying they're cost neutral. So as an example, you're one personnel analyst two. You're asking for it to be unfroze, but you're saying that it's cost neutral. How's it cost neutral?
So it's cost neutral in the sense that that position is already within the general fund budget currently. So at the start of last fiscal year, or maybe I think the adopted budget, you froze a number of positions that were vacant. And at that time, the money that funded those frozen positions was removed from the department, and then it was used to fund additional priorities that the council had set. For that particular position, it was frozen, but the funding was actually not removed. So the funding still lived in the HR department for that position, and so it wasn't spent down. So what we're asking council to do is just unfreeze the position, but there's no money allocated to it because it's already there.
So are we asking for 6 positions to be released that have funding attached to them, correct?
2, 3, 4. 5 essentially. So the Secretary for Economic Development, the Analyst 2 in Finance, the Labor Relations, and then yes, technically the Personnel Analyst 2, and then the Program Manager in VPD.
So your secretary, your analyst 2, your labor relations, and your program manager.
And the Analyst 2 in HR. It's not there because the money is already within the budget, but technically that would be the 5th position.
Is the money there for the secretary?
No, that's
Okay.
why it's listed, yeah.
Exactly. So there's $275,000 that's not there, budgeted.
Correct.
Correct? And then in the planning department, you want an administrative clerk too.
Yes.
And you're saying that the funds are already there.
They are anticipated to cover those with their enterprise.
And if they
funds.
don't?
Then I believe it'll hit the general fund.
And what's that cost?
For clerk 2, probably
an
close to
estimate.
about 72, 73,000.
Okay. Okay, just really quick, I want to go to your last page, page 15. And this is to the city manager. And I said this last year. The general fund is not the only part of our budget, and I want to see the entire budget brought to the council. I want to talk in holistic terms, not partial terms. You can break it down, but we as a council, we need to look at the budget in its entirety, all of our special funding, and have those conversations together in terms of what our holistic budget looks like. Just seeing the general fund does not tell me holistically about our budget. We have our enterprise funds, we have special funds that we've discovered this year that no one had any clue that we actually had those dollars, but we need to look at our budget from a holistic perspective. So I'm asking that you figure out in this presentation and next steps, that you figure out how that looks for the council to fully understand the budget. And then if you want to break it down and talk about it in pieces, we can do that. And you need to show the council how everything is interconnected so the council is fluid in understanding the budget and the decisions that it's making holistically on the budget. Additionally, my expectation is and I'm going to ask my colleagues that we do this, every department head should be able to present their budget to this council and defend their budget to this council as well. And I am going to ask, as a council, that department heads are responsible to talk about their budgets as well. And I'd like to be able to see how that gets baked into this whole entire schedule. And then my last comment is that when I look at this budget and I realize that it's mid-year budget, I also have to look going forward. Going forward, we estimate over $20 million deficit. These dollars, these requests that you're making, they go into the next budget cycle. So, as a council member, I understand that positions are important. I also understand as a council member that we asked last year, how are we going to shore up this budget? How are we going to begin to deal with the structural issues on our budget? And that we cannot continue to live on salary savings, these kinds of things. And we haven't made those changes. And does it mean that fundamentally, we would not have a budget deficit? Yeah, we would, but not at the rate that we're speaking to. The delta would be much smaller had we done work. So I'm very concerned that when I look at the mid-year budget, I know the impact for the next fiscal year is going to be over $20 million, a gap that we have to close. And I continue to say to you as a city manager, what are going to be the solutions to close these gaps in a responsible, structural, fiscal manner to begin to move the city forward in a trajectory where we have a solid budget that we can truly operate and live within. This is really important. And it doesn't mean that I don't understand that you need positions, but we need to make some choices about these positions, what are the impact of those positions, and as the city manager, I expect you to be able to tell me, what are the service impacts if we don't do X, Y, and Z? Or here are some changes that we can make and still retain the services that we have currently today. So that's what I'm going to end with.
Thanks. I've got Vice Mayor Matulik and then Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Mayor. And can we put up on the screen the frozen positions and the request to add the positions? Thank you for that. And the questions I ask are questions that I received and the questions that I have from the general public. So first and foremost, when were these positions frozen?
Those were frozen as part of this year's budget process. So by the City Council in June when you were adopting this budget.
Correct. Okay, so back in June. And so by requesting us to unfreeze these positions here, we imply that these are critical positions we needed to get filled, correct?
Yes.
And so when were the last time these were actually advertised and posted to be filled?
I don't know, and I know that HR Director Cifuentes is online, although I don't know that she would know off the top of her head. I mean, some of these, for instance, the Employee and Labor Relations Officer was vacated either earlier this fiscal year. It was, or I guess it was just before the beginning of this fiscal year. We didn't advertise it or post it because it was frozen. And the same is true with the Economic Development Secretary. That was somebody who took a position in another department, and we didn't advertise it.
Understood, but if we're realizing that those are critical positions we need filled now, my question is, why would we want to wait till this point to try to fill them? In other words, we should have been proactive to try to get these positions if we thought that these were going to be critical positions for us to move forward with.
Well, we wouldn't go ahead and post them if they were frozen by the City Council. I mean, we weren't taking any further action to fill them.
I think the point there in the question is if the executive board or the leadership felt that these were critical positions that we needed, we would expect that you would have come to City Council saying that this would help with us moving forward with a lot of the development we're looking to move forward, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's the mid-year is the feels like the appropriate time to come forward with those types of requests for changes.
And I think this is another example of kind of reactionary type of moves that we're doing as a city, to where I guess, because I know we as a council, and especially this new council that came in, I think the top priority was public safety. And I think we did, and I think we've actually addressed that to a certain extent, obviously with the Sheriff's Department coming in and a lot of the things that we've done. But I've always been talking about not only was public safety priority number one, but a 1A was economic development, because we needed to get resources and some financial infusion to be able to move forward with a lot of this stuff. And I think that's where we have fallen short substantially. And this is where I'm concerned that we as a leadership haven't looked at what were some of the proactive things that we could have been doing, as opposed to now we're having to be reactive to a lot of things, if that makes sense. So I think this is just one example, just one example of that. And and kind of like to piggyback onto what Councilmember Letigiou was talking about our organizational assessment of figuring out what are the moving pieces, because right now we have quite a few important high-level positions that are still vacant. And so I guess my initial question right now would be, what is the time frame to fill our financial director position that's vacant? Do we have a time frame of that? Or
So we have interviews scheduled for tomorrow.
for tomorrow? Okay, so hopefully that's going to be getting filled soon and stuff, because I know this is putting quite a burden on you to kind of wear two hats at this point, and it's taking away from your ability to do actually your particular job. So I'm glad to hear that we're looking to fill that. The other follow-up question I have is when we're talking finance here, and so there's a lot of questions about Measure P. So obviously Measure P was adopted to fill certain, there were certain categories that it was, and could you help the general public understand what those general categories are that Measure P was intended for, that was adopted, that was voted for by the citizens?
So my understanding that Measure P was adopted to focus on public safety, youth programs, homelessness.
In fact, there's a council adopted a policy.
Yes.
So I think that's what we're going to present.
Right, so it was maintaining critical city services, keeping public spaces healthy, safe, and clean, maintain fire protection, maintain emergency medical response, crime prevention, address homelessness, address blight, dumping, repair deteriorating neighborhood streets, roads, sidewalks, and youth priorities.
Thank you for that. And the biggest question I get on a regular basis is, is Measure P intended for staffing purposes, to fill positions?
I don't know that policy establishes that, but my understanding is that was not the intention of the.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that everybody's understanding that, because that's the big question that some people are asking is can it help fill positions that we may be in need of? So I just wanted to get that on the record to make sure that everybody understood that, and that's how we're moving forward. So those are my general questions that I had at this point.
And just to note, that resolution is number 22-222 for folks to look up if they so choose, that council provided the direction on the funding buckets for Measure P.
And so if it's 22, that would have been before any of us got on here, but right at the time that they approved after Measure P passed.
Yep.
All right, I've got Councilmember Palmares and then Bergenser.
Thank you for the presentation. Now, my understanding is that there is some financial software that the finance department wants, and I'm not seeing it here in the presentation. Could you please explain why?
Yes, so the finance department worked with the IT department to identify some budget software, and that is, I always want to say NeoGov, OpenGov, and that should be coming before our council, I believe, on the 10th for approval. And so that budget software, it's not unique for budgets to be done through Excel spreadsheets. And so, it's just a very manual process. And so we are looking to upgrade that system. It'll allow us to run more detailed reports. It'll allow us to provide, more nuanced data with regards to budget to actuals so that departments can really track what their expenditures are, and so that we can make, I guess, faster correlations between sort of revenues and expenditures than we can now, which is a very manual process and one that's also reliant upon a lot of consultants.
Yeah, and I would support this, and I know that's not really what we're deciding on right now, but just connecting to the budget, the less time they're focused on these tedious calculations, the more time they could work on other things that could bring us revenue, like, for example, that TOT for Airbnb or whatever kind of app there is out there. I mean, that's something we really need to focus on, and the more time we give you guys to do that, the better. So I was the one who asked for the long-range financial plan and also a performance audit, but I'm noticing that the original request was from $50K to $25K for the long-range financial plan and $100K to $50K for the performance audit. Will we still be getting the same service, or what happens with that difference?
Yes, we actually were able to hear back from a lot of the consultants, so we got more, I guess, a more detailed cost estimate. And so the performance audit item will be coming before you on the 3rd on your special meeting. And it'll have the scope of work for the risk assessment, the organizational assessment and benchmarking, as well as the internal controls assessment. And we are currently engaging with a consultant for the long-range financial plan.
That's great. And, hindsight's 2020. I wish we had that earlier, but looking forward to, coming back to council with that. And, reflecting on the last several years, and Vice Mayor Motula kind of mentioned this, I mean, we focus so much on public safety and quality of life issues that it seemed like the economic development piece, we took our eye off the ball on that. And that's something I really want to reinvigorate and make sure we stay focused on that, especially with the Economic Development Department. My opinion is that we've got to be running on all cylinders in that department, but my understanding is that the Economic Development Manager position is frozen indefinitely, but maybe you could explain why and what we're going to do about that?
So we currently have an interim economic development director, Brad Paul, who started. We anticipate him being here at least through the end of this fiscal year. We currently have I think it's the economic development manager position, which is frozen. And we are asking to unfreeze the secretary position. And I think the idea behind that was to give Mr. Paul time to do his assessment of the Economic Development Department and try to figure out, highest best need and how to really focus what they are currently doing, their work plans, to really, I guess, identify what those priorities are from the council and try to figure out, how to best focus on stimulating the economic, investments here in the city of Vallejo. So I think it's trying to take that measured approach and not just staff up to staff up, but trying to really assess what that need is and really be intentional about that hiring.
I understand that, and I appreciate that thoughtfulness. And lastly, I've heard some comments about a need for an understanding of the fundamental structural issues to the budget. And I want to comment on that. I think that's really important, but also we need to address that because when we're telling the story to not just ourselves, but to the public, it has to be understood in a manner that a non-accountant can understand this. And so just if we could bring down these analyses to some single value metrics, that'll be really great. And I just have some recommendations just to throw out there. So just in terms of sustainability, so like assets to liabilities or debt to revenue ratios, also the flexibility of our budget, so interest to revenue ratio, and also the vulnerability. So as the ratio of what is coming in from the state government or federal government to our actual revenue. And I think understanding this in terms of sustainability, flexibility, and vulnerability would be very helpful for us. So we know, like, hey, how close are we to breaking the bank right now? How close are we to, some sort of red line? I mean, we kind of don't have an understanding of that. We're just looking at a lot of arithmetic. But having some of those single value metrics to explain that to folks, to give them assurance like it's not that bad, but we do need to improve upon these issues is critical for that storytelling. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Bergenzer.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. First off, if we can talk about the staffing adjustments on page 13, because I just want to hone in on the fact that I just want to make sure that we're being honest with ourselves, and that the position that's in HR that you claim is budget neutral, it's really not budget neutral, because if that position is not unfrozen, then that money will go towards reducing the deficit that we're facing. So it's not budget neutral. In fact, if we hire it, that just continues on that deficit even further. And then the second thing for the truths is mid-year really should have been November, December timeframe, so we would have had more time to correct the ship a little bit. So I just want to be clear that these numbers are reflecting just the last 4 months of the fiscal year. And if so, we're planning on spending the $4.9 million in overtime in 4 months. What I'm getting at is how much of this money has already been spent that we're just now trying to approve or right size?
So as it relates to the overtime budget, I looked back, I think, 4 fiscal years, and it's been about $10.1 million every year. So as City Manager Murray pointed out, we're doing the technical adjustment, but on a go-forward basis, it's going to be the baseline budget unless we can figure out a way to adjust that overall number. But that's the trend. It's been the $10.1 million.
That's not the question I asked. The question I asked is, today, how much have we spent so far in overtime in this fiscal year? Because I think a lot of this is just shifting numbers around to try to finalize it, but this isn't the actual amounts where we are from today going forward, as a mid-year budget would suggest.
So what is that? 2, 4, 5.2? We're about 5.2, 5.3 million.
So we're going to spend
as of January 2nd.
So it's still a month and a half behind.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
we don't have a total of what we've spent in January.
Not a budget to actual for today, or close to today.
Sure. But so again, that $4 million is not being spent in the last 4 months of the fiscal year for the overtime budget.
They haven't yet spent that money, but the trend for the last 4 or 5 budget years has been that they spend that.
In the last 4 months of the fiscal year.
Yes.
That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense
amount,
to me. But
they are on trend with their overtime to spend that.
Okay.
I think Councilmember Bergenzer's question is, and I think ACM Connolly mentioned it, we don't have we didn't bring with us, although we can give it to the council, what our fiscal year to date, unless Rochelle has this information. We don't have our fiscal year to date overtime expenditures.
Sure.
As of the beginning of this calendar year, we had spent about $5 million. And I think just what ACM Connolly was saying, our trend over the last few years has been about $10 million per year. But yes, you're right that some of this has already been expended.
Yes.
Right.
And it was,
yes.
well.
Okay. And to the point that my colleague, Councilmember Letters, made, these positions that if we're approving them today are not just to get through the rest of this fiscal year, but it's also next year. And so with facing a $20 million shortfall, how would we prioritize these 5 positions, and which would be the number 1 priority, which would be the number 2? I mean, I know that you had a list of a lot of positions that you prioritized down to these 5, but when the rubber meets the road, maybe we can't afford all 5. So do we have a priority of which positions go in which order?
So I think the difficulty in making that decision with these is that if we had a different conversation about what positions to prioritize or which positions are critical, it may not be these.
It may not be
It may
these?
not be these 5 that are listed. So you're asking us to prioritize these, and we sort of did that. These are critical for sort of baseline operations. Right now, as you know, we're in the middle of labor relations. We have no labor relations officer, right? We currently don't really have an active person in benefits, right? So there are some real critical needs with regards to these staffings. And so, yes, we are facing that $20+ million deficit for the next fiscal year, but I can't necessarily definitively say the cuts would come from these positions, right?
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, so I mean, just in terms of prioritizing them, I think that's the exercise that we did to get them down to this number. I don't know that I can necessarily identify which
We
ones.
can come back to that,
Yeah.
sure. For the, with the $20 million shortfall for next year, sorry, I'm moving on to the next thing. I don't want to ask that question. The next thing is the $7.44 million in salary savings. How many, do we have a specific head count of how many positions that it accounts for? And can you tell me how many of those vacancies are in public safety?
Through the chair, could I interject on the last question just before Councilmember Braganza next question?
Yeah, I saw you there. Do you want to get an answer to the question you just asked first? And then I do want to get the chief in because I know he has a comment on the PD position.
I mean, I don't want to get a prioritization just from one service chief, so I would rather it come from the city level rather than hearing the justification of any of the one positions from a director.
Go ahead, city manager.
Yeah, I was just going to give you kind of an update on where our budget overtime is. I have numbers as of last week.
Okay.
So that was just what I was going to
Yeah,
offer.
sorry, I thought you were talking about the positions that you requested, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
No, so just, I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person tonight, but, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, we have been working, myself and my staff, we've been working on an overtime strategy on reduction. And the 3 areas that we identified are the highest areas of overtime. Obviously, patrol is the highest, which is about 25% of the entire overtime expenditure. Investigations, which is detectives, is the second largest, and then communications is the third largest. So as of February 17, we are at a 3,080,000. So we are set at a budget of 3.2 million for overtime, and with that cap, we are at 95%. I can say though, every year prior to this year, we have never been able to be underneath that $3.2 million threshold. So that's currently where we're at to date.
Thank you. Maybe we can come back to the number of public safety positions, unless you have it.
If that's vacant, did we pull those?
I can
police-
answer that too.
Yeah. For police, we're showing 54.
And how many for fire?
Looks like 4. But
4,
that's
okay.
vacant. I don't get it. Did we freeze those? No. Okay. And then that also includes, and plus 4 fire positions.
Okay, good. My next question is, the sales tax is down, and I know partly because of the grocery store closures. And I was wondering, and this may come to and I'll ask this again through economic development when that presentation happens, but is the city taking steps to recruit new grocery stores, especially in food desert areas of the city?
I'm gonna have AC and Hayden come up. Okay, yeah.
Through the mayor, so yes, with our limited staffing and time that we have been in negotiations with Trader Joe's now for almost 2 years with 2 different developers looking at certain sites. Talked with Safeway about different grocery stores. They closed the one and about different locations. So we have been in some conversations and are still in process.
Okay, thank you. For the cannabis tax, the 578,000 that we're down. it kind of looks like it's a tax credit, but it sounded like it's not a tax credit. It is, I just want to understand that better. It was they overpaid, so did we overcharge them, or did they just overpay us and we realized that they overpaid us?
They overpaid based on their receipts. So there was a $269,000 credit that was owed back to them based on their audited receipts.
Okay. I see that the sex trafficking initiative asked for 200,000. I'm just wondering if we have any updates on how we're coordinating this and how the police crime analyst position will be useful in this position or with this initiative.
So, Councilmember, the initial funding for the sex trafficking initiative was originally through our overtime budget. So since then, we actually had applied for a grant, the OVC grant, which is the Office of Victims Against Crime. So that's close to about $1.3 million. So we're going to shift some of the expenses from, or all the expenses that are allowed underneath that grant for equipment, for training, and for other aspects of the initiative, transferring that over to the grant. So we don't have the full details of the grant yet, but we're pretty confident that most, if not all of those funding through that grant would be able to support sex trafficking.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that update. And then my final question is, so what you're asking us to do tonight is just approve the additional spending of sorry, I should have found the page, the 1.34 million to cover the rest of this year, and that will be through fund balance. Is that the plan? After all cuts have been, we've reviewed and made all the cuts that we can possibly make.
So if you approve all the mid-year requests, we're actually anticipated to end this year's budget cycle with a higher fund balance than the one that you started with. Just based on some adjustments with expenditures and then the salary savings, the one-time salary savings, we started the 25-26 fiscal year with an anticipated fund balance of $23,912,000, and we're now anticipated to end with $25,657,000. So we didn't, I guess, spend as much as we had thought in certain areas, and so we were able to make those adjustments.
Okay.
And just to circle back, as of 2/13, we've spent $6.4 million in overtime. That's the total so far. And that's police and fire, right? Police and fire, aggregate amount.
Okay. Right, so it's almost double what's listed on the sheet. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
If I may follow up on a question you'd asked earlier, Councilmember Bragenzer, about these additions, and maybe to put a slightly finer point on a comment that ACM Conley made. There's of course a very real possibility that there will need to be layoffs as part of addressing the significant budget shortfall for next fiscal year. I don't think any of these positions that we are requesting be unfrozen would be targets for layoffs because we consider them to be so fundamental to the city's operations. The HR function, as you know, is understaffed, and we're simply not able to do our recruitment and our benefits for our existing employees. The addition of a program manager for the police department is going to be, we think, a cost-saving measure in the long run. We're having a consultant provide that. That's and is critical to the reform effort. And then the economic development secretary, it's a relatively inexpensive position. Right now, the work that the secretary is not doing because that position is not filled is being done by our other economic development staff that could be working on other more complex tasks. And given that the reform efforts in public safety and economic development are top priorities, and given that human resources really needs more capacity to do our recruitment, our retention, supporting employees, and finally, the finance position I guess I would say of those, finance would be our lowest priority, the admin analyst too, but that's also working on our budget and would help us more carefully monitor our budgets and our expenses. So I don't think that any of these would be recommended for layoffs. They're that critical to our operations.
I understand that, and I just want to go on the record saying I do support the police program manager. I feel that actually is a cheaper event than continuing that contract. But my point is just we need to be looking critically at what is truly a priority. And like you said, when we're going into shortfalls and potentially laying off or furloughing employees, it's a hard pill to swallow when we're adding additional staff on, but then the next 4 months we're going to be telling people they need to stop coming in. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks. Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to say a few unpopular things. So it is what it is. We haven't really addressed economic development as a city. We have not. In 2016, we passed a sales tax measure. Most of it is tied up in salaries. It didn't really go to, move meaningful economic development work forward that would increase revenue for the city. And then in 22, we passed another sales tax measure, and that sales tax measure, as we knocked on doors and we asked folks to yet again support another sales tax measure, was to address basic quality of life issues, which did not include continuing to support salaries. I think continuing to rely on sales tax measures to address personnel issues and not really focusing, not just on the staff, I think this falls on all the councils, on economic development is why we are where we are, dealing with a $20 million structural deficit. Now, if we made the level of investments that we made around public safety in 25, we should have that same level of urgency to really move economic development conversations forward in 26. We got an email just today that we're going to be having goal setting sometime in May. That's not urgency to me, especially when we've made, the level of commitment that we've made around public safety. And again, our strategic plan says that for us to change our reputation as a city, for us to be able to attract business, for us to inspire confidence in our residents, we had to prioritize public safety. So we set the stage. We also have to build on that momentum, and we're now going into March, and at least I'm going to speak for myself, I don't really feel like we've really prioritized economic development, and we're about to be 3 months into the year. Now, what does that look like specifically? Goal setting, probably should have had it. That master fee schedule conversation we had where we went back and forth about what do we subsidize and what don't we subsidize. When you have study session after study session after study session and you don't make decisions, you're not really moving the ball forward on economic development. So again, our strategic plan calls for prioritizing construction, advanced manufacturing, software and film, transportation and wholesale. We just said let's have more study sessions, and we're not really putting any marketing plans or anything together that was called out in that plan for us to attract business. So what are we doing? What are we doing to attract business to our community? What are we doing? And why is it always 1A or 1B? The other thing is, and this is for community, there is a limitation to what the city can and can't do every year. that does mean that sometimes we're going to have to say no to things that you care about. If we're focusing on 12 different things, chances are we're not going to do those 12 things really good every single year. When you spread yourself too thin, whether that's council or city staff, that means that you can't really focus on getting that one thing done really well. So why do I say that? Over the years, I mean, I've been watching council meetings for over a decade. We've signed off on this here, on that there, and then we're all wondering, well, why is there no business? Well, if we don't have money to make investments in economic development because we're signing off on one little thing here, another little thing there, then we're not really as a city focusing on getting one thing done right. We did that last year with public safety. We were able to get a lot of things done one after the other. So we have to be able to focus. We have to be able to prioritize economic development with a sense of urgency, not a passive conversation, not passive investments. And we have to make some tough decisions. We did have a conversation about the budget at length, so I'm not going to be asking you guys about particulars because we went through this whole rodeo last year, and the math wasn't mathing last year, and it's not mathing this year. You go back and check the tape. I said it. The math ain't mathing. It was kabuki math, and I appreciate that you guys have provided some clarity to really give us a good sense of what it is that's going on here. So I would like to, I have to back Councilmember Lettigiu. I want to see the city manager and his office propose a plan to engage in meaningful cost reductions to address our structural deficit. We can't keep kicking the can down the road. That ship has sailed. We've passed two sales tax measures that the community signed off on, and they were lifelines. They were not opportunities for us to continue to kicking the can down the road. So let's use this opportunity to really right-size our agency so that we're providing good service. Because again, you guys have been asking for additional headcount for several years now, but yet staff continues to come back. They ask for more staffing. It's never enough. The residents are pissed off because we're not providing good service. And so clearly the equation is not working. We got to try something different. If it was working, staff would be happy and they'd feel like they'd have all the headcount they need. Our residents wouldn't be saying that we're providing beep service, and we'd be seeing more momentum behind what we're doing. So we got to try something different. I'm not voting for this. I want to see a plan from the city manager, as we asked several times last year. And I'm not tying up Measure P money for salaries. We got to get serious. Once and for all, if we want to turn this city around, we got to get serious. And that also means having some tough conversations with community, in the same way that we're having tough conversations with staff. So council, let's please prioritize economic development. Let's start next week. Let's engage in meaningful right-sizing of the agency. And let's really deal with economic development once and for all. And if you guys want specifics, you guys know I have specifics, and sometimes they're very painful. So I'm not going to offer any this evening, but if we don't get to specifics, I will propose them at the next meeting. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Great. Thank you. So I will not duplicate what has already been said, but maybe summarize some themes. And I think the priority for myself, but not just myself, this whole council and our community, has been trying to answer the question of, is our organization structured in a way that will deliver the maximum results to our residents within our means? That is our task, that is our goal, and the answer is no. The work hasn't been done to figure out if our organizational structure, first of all, we can even afford it, and I'll talk about that in a second, but we also aren't tracking what results we want to deliver and evaluating whether our organizational structure is going to deliver those results as best possible. And I've gotten a lot of questions about what a structural deficit is, so every chance I get, I put it on the record for the community members listening or media or whoever wants it. What a structural deficit means is that if we were to hire for every single position that we have budgeted for and spend all the money that we have budgeted for, we will be spending $20+ million more than we bring in revenue next year, which means within 2 to 3 years, we will be bankrupt. The only reason that the city has not already gone down that spiral is because so many of the positions in the city are vacant that the revenues and expenditures have been the same. So we have not been delivering requisite services because we've had a huge number of vacant positions, but we did not have the funds to fill said positions, and the work wasn't done to right-size the organization. That's why we keep saying right-size the organization. What is frustrating, so I think the frustration is palpable across the board here. What's frustrating for me is we sat here last summer and we talked about finally, and you know, after years of frankly misinformation, where we had council members and staff prior to all of us saying we had a structurally balanced budget when we did not. And we'll just say that, like, this council has committed to fixing this problem once and for all that was caused well before us. We sat down last year and said, we need to solve this problem, and we had an entire conversation about how we did not have the information last year to make the organizational changes, and so we made a conscious decision. I personally voted against it, but the council, we had no other choice but to make a conscious decision to kick the can and impose one-time fixes with the goal of doing the organizational assessment this year and having it ready. And to Councilmember Letaju's point earlier, I would agree. The organizational assessment is not on track. We approved performance auditing in February, and we had conversations in March, April, May, and June of last year about wanting to right-size the organization and get the analysis of which positions are priorities so that we fund them, and we are staring down the barrel of a $20+ million deficit with absolutely no more clarity than we had last year, and barely having hired the auditing firm that is potentially going to do that work. So it, for me, absolutely not acceptable to take a year to even hire a firm to do that work when we're dealing with that level of urgency. The thing that's frustrating here is I want to recognize, first of all, the team that did this, the assistant city manager and team. Thank you all for the work you've done, and to the staff that have had to deal with the frozen positions. I know that those have hurt. And it's frustrating because the frozen positions were, as the vice mayor said, it was reactionary. It was a budget balancing mechanism that this council used last summer because we felt like we had no other choice. But I guess we should just freeze the vacant positions, and so we arbitrarily froze a bunch of vacant positions in order to balance the budget. Now we're being told, oh, by the way, those vacant positions that you froze, those were actually essential to our operations, which would have been nice information to have last summer because maybe there was a better way to balance the budget last summer. But now we're being told, hey, unfreeze those positions and undo the budget balancing mechanism that you approved last summer, so we're going to run a big deficit, and we happen to have fund balance to cover it. We will have a bigger fund balance. Fund balance is basically our reserves. We will have more fund balance this year than last, but we will have spent more than we brought in by, it looks like, somewhere between $5 and $6 million. And this council was put in an impossible position, having to make reactionary and arbitrary decisions, and now being asked to undo those decisions. So for me, performance audit and organizational assessment, those should have been long done. Those need to be done tomorrow. Whatever it takes, I don't care. Use the Monsanto funds or the whatever funds. Like, those are one-time costs. They'll save us tons of time and tons of energy in the future and get us some metrics so we can actually evaluate the right way to structure our organization. The other thing that we've asked for, and I know Councilmember Letaju and I have both asked for this, it was the budget to actuals in previous years and never got it. If we had seen this council, we're making decisions for our constituents, but we're making decisions with incomplete information because we're looking at a budget that has $5 million budgeted for overtime, but the actuals for the past several years have been $10 million in overtime. Would we have approved a $5 million budget line item for overtime if we known we had spent $10 million in overtime for each of the past several years? Absolutely not. We would have made drastically different decisions if we had had this information, just like we would have made drastically different decisions if we had known that some of these positions were so crucial to the organization that we were freezing. So it's just, it doesn't feel good, but it feels worse knowing that it's impacting 125,000 people. And we've got to fix this. We have to fix this. I agree with my colleagues. I want to tell the staff, like, I hated that we arbitrarily froze those positions. That was not fair. And I can't, in good faith, vote to unfreeze those positions until I see the assessment and I see what we're going to cut to make up for it. I will echo my colleague, Councilmember Bergenzer. We do have to fund that police reform program manager position for PD because we have to get the reforms done. The reforms are costing us millions of dollars a year. We are behind schedule. We have to get them done. That is an investment that will pay dividends, and they're currently being managed by a consultant who is costing us way more than this staff member would cost. So that is the position that I will be happy to authorize right now. And I would like to see, I will be happy to unfreeze those essential positions just as soon as we've done the full assessment where we look at what are we cutting so that our budget is balanced. And this is just the theme of just not having the level of urgency that we need to have, the council making decisions with incomplete information. This is, it's just, it's not to discount the good work that's done, and I want to applaud again. I think one of our commenters had said, just really applaud the transparency, because this is unfortunately what it's going to take to get out of this. After years of not having good information and having things obscured, it feels like this is sudden, but it's really been brewing for many years. And we're finally jumping in, and every single one of us up here is committed to dealing with it, to addressing it, to making sure that we are not going to go bankrupt again, that we will be on the right path, that we will be right-sized, and that we're not just going to cut stuff and cut services further, but we're actually going to do the work to see what we can do, if we can do more with less, or at least, not have as much of an impact. So that's sort of my overall commentary. I will approve the police position, and we'll be happy as soon as it's available to unfreeze those other positions, but I've got to see how this is going to impact. To Councilmember Bergenzer's point, we're talking about adding, $1 million+ to the budget next year, to the base budget next year, that we're going to have to then slash. I don't want to hire somebody and then have to slash that position. So that's what I have to say, and I will see if we have a motion or any other questions or comments, and we'll go from there. I see the city attorney. Do you have a legal legal comment to add? Okay.
This is the first step of your process. This is the notice portion, so there's no action necessary tonight. The item does ask for you to provide direction to staff on the proposed mid-year budget, though.
Okay, so we've got a step 1 of 2 here. I will say I've heard many times this is just step 1 of 2. You're not deciding anything yet. I'm not doing step 1 until we know what we're doing. That's just me. Councilmember Bergenzer.
No, I agree, and I want to again go back to what Councilmember Ledesju said about a holistic approach on the budget, because there's more to the picture than just the general fund, and there's more money obviously being accounted for that's not shown in here. It's impossible for us to increase our reserves, but yet still have a deficit. So, so obviously there's interest or something being funded into this account, like. We don't see that whole picture, and I feel like until we can answer those questions and have a clear picture of all of our funding sources and where all of the money comes from and where all the money is being spent, it's hard to make these decisions. It's hard to trust that these decisions are sound when we're only told a portion of the picture and not the whole kit and caboodle. So I agree that this needs more work.
All right, I'm not seeing anything else. Go ahead. I got the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Palmares.
So I hear your comments, Mayor. I'm hoping at step 2, would you be interested in hearing from the directors themselves as far as, why they want to unfreeze these specific positions? I mean, I just don't know. I mean, I understand everything you're saying, but I just want to hear the conversation about it.
I think I'm kind of watching the facial expressions of my colleagues, and I think for me, I trust the department heads that they have deemed these positions essential. That's not the issue. That justification, I think we trust them to do their work. What I want to have and what I'm hearing from others is we want to have a holistic conversation about the entire organization and the problematic element of adding positions when we know we're going to have to cut positions. We need to do that at the same time. Is kind of my thought. Is we've got to think about all that holistically and not make these piecemeal one-off decisions, especially because these freezes were how the council balanced the budget last year. So we're basically unbalancing the budget that was balanced last year, and undoing that stuff. So that's sort of my response to your question.
So I understand that, and I, I'm full support of the program manager as well for VPD. But so, in response to your comment, are you asking for any kind of further analysis between now and then? I mean, obviously this will be more illuminated from a performance audit, but that's farther down the line. So, like, what are we asking from staff in terms of analyses to provide for us for step 2 between now and then?
I see Councilmember Gordon, and then I'll see if we all have responses.
I would like to make a friendly amendment that we approve the needs, but still request the ask, because at the end of the day, no matter where they are going to get this funding, how they justify it, the need is still there. So I'm making a friendly amendment that we approve the request, but at our next meeting, still have staff provide us what was asked for tonight.
So
because at the end, we're still going to have to make a decision to the need.
I'm going to ask a clarifying question, Councilmember Gordon, because I didn't hear Councilmember Palmares' comment as a motion. So would you, you wouldn't make an amendment with no motion. Would you like to make a motion?
Thank you for that. Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
And your motion is to approve this step 1 as is.
That is correct, with the caveat of bringing back what was asked, where all those funds are or are not.
So you actually can't approve anything tonight. This is only notice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So basically the providing of notice as stated on the agenda.
Okay, because I thought I heard someone say that this was an ask earlier, so thank you for clarifying.
It is an ask, but
not tonight.
The city has a 2-step process on all of its budget matters. You have to first provide notice that you want to amend the budget at a meeting, then you have a second meeting and you bring it back in the second step to actually deliberate on the approval.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome, Council.
There's a lot of conversation going back and forth. So
Of course.
Thank you for clarifying.
All right, and I'm looking at the Vice Mayor. Do you want to fully state that?
Yes, I move that we provide notice of intent to amend the fiscal year 2025 to 2026 budget, mid-year step 1, which is step 1 of 2.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on it.
The motion fails with Councilmember Bragenzer, Lediju, Macias, and the mayor opposed.
So my suggestion, I'm tempted to piecemeal the authorization of the police position, but we're gonna have to do more than just that. So I'm leaning towards directing staff to give us some more information that we've requested, and we will and bring this back. I will look to my colleagues if anyone has other thoughts of how the best way to follow up on this. Councilmember Lediju.
So I believe that Councilmember Matias actually gave the right level of instructions request, and I'd like for him to repeat that, please. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I asked for was for the city manager and his office to produce a savings plan to deal with our structural deficit by the March 10th meeting, which is what we've been asking for over a year. And so, not this presentation that you guys did today. I want him to look at the agency and look at all the positions, talk to department heads, and do all the level of work that needs to happen, and present a plan to deal with our structural deficit by March 10th.
Yeah, City Manager, you had
So
something
move.
asked?
Sure. So just a point of clarification, are you talking about measures to address the anticipated $20 million shortfall for next fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember, what did you?
And I fully agree. We've been asking since I've sat on this dais. And the bottom line is, you can't look at mid-year this time around without dealing with the request that has been made. And had that request been done, we would be having a different conversation today. We need that information.
All right, we have a motion on the table, and I will add a friendly, it's not even really an amendment, but a clarification that I think as part of that, we're recognizing that we're not going to have the whole budget process done in 2 weeks, but we at least need to have enough information about how to deal with the deficit to be able to confidently make decisions regarding these mid-year asks. Would that be accurate, Councilmember Matias? That's what you're asking for by March 10th.
I don't want to engage in another 5-month process to get to the same situation that this gentleman, at least 3 of these gentlemen, have been dealing with for 4 years. I want to see a plan by March 10th. Not let's start a conversation. I want a plan by March 10th.
And can we add that plan include how we're incorporating this into it? Like these mid-year asks fit into that so that we can vote on the mid-year asks?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Let's vote on that.
I'm missing a vote. There we go. The motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you all. Thank you again to the finance team for all your work on this. That is going to conclude our action calendar and move us to our information calendar. And I want to kind of quickly sidebar with the city manager that I do see we have our economic planning and development services and economic development departments quarterly update here. I see online a robust and appreciated and thorough 50+ slides. I see a time of 10:35 p.m. May we propose either a continuation or a truncated version? And go ahead, city manager.
I've asked them if they can combine for a presentation that's 5 minutes.
All right, let's do that. And we will note thank you all for staying and waiting that out. And then I'll also note for anyone watching online, if you are looking at the agenda packet and you are looking for the full information, because they've prepared quite a bit, it is under supplemental agenda packet materials. There are all the slides that are kept there, and the ones near the bottom, it's like I said, it's quite robust. It's probably about 2/3 of the way down. Slides 35 through the end, which is 112. There are some appendices, but it starts at slide 35. That's where you can find all that information. We'll go ahead and open up public comment for this update for anyone in person or online. And we've got our teams here. Councilmember Hormaras, go ahead.
Respectfully, this is a very important item. I mean, I don't want to just commit to just 5 minutes on this. Like, this is I was looking forward to this discussion. And I just, if we're going to do 5 minutes, we're not going to get all the questions we want to ask. And it's going to be a lot. Otherwise, we're going to have like 7 sidebar conversations with them, which is not a good use of the time. So, I mean, I think it'd be a good use of all of our time to punt it to another date.
Okay, I'm hear it. I like the idea of the truncated 5-minute presentation and maybe one round of questions and comments, but I think we've just continued the mid-year budget. So we at least need to get these updates on the record. And I think we might need to your point, Councilmember Palmares, we might need to create space for ongoing conversation because I don't think we're going to have time for all the discussion we want to have. Councilmember Gordon, and then we'll turn.
So make sure I understand what you're saying. We're going to hear the presentation, and then we're going to discuss it at a later time?
We'll limit ourselves to about a 15-minute discussion, and if we still have, which we almost certainly will have more discussion at the end of the 15, we will continue it at another time.
But what takes up a lot of time, how many people you say is online regarding this?
We don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanna make sure I
But let's go
understood
ahead and
that.
get it started. Let's go ahead and kick it over to the team. Thank you. So we've got our interim ED director and our planning director here. Thank you both.
Can we bring the slides up? So I'm going to go very quickly. I was planning on going very quickly. I'm going to go quicker to get to the end slide, which is the most important slide. But you've heard a lot of this in the memo we sent. A lot of this is based on what the staff did last year. It was really focused on the Economic Development Strategic Plan. I'll just give you one quick update on the revolving loan fund, which you funded at $355,000 with ARPA money. Solano EDC made 2 loans last year at $100,000. We're a little worried, but they made one last week for $125,000, and they have 4 pending. So I think we'll get to the number we need to by the end of the year, which is the ARPA deadline. You can read about the pop-up events. Next slide. We're going to actually do the interviews for the 10 applicants for that next week. We've been working on the Shop Local campaign. Next slide. The Hardening Grants Program we finished last year. Next slide. There's a number of development slides. I'll just say you're familiar with the PG&E site work, and happy to talk about that some more, but it's up here on the slide and in the report. Next slide. With Blue Rock Springs, that's moved along. Costco, you approved, but you approved it at 178 units. They're coming back to you, I believe, for 245 units. Next slide. Quite a bit was going on in Mare Island. Our staff met with Mare Island Company, the Department of the Navy, States Lands, and Lennar on all of these agreements. The most important one up there, though, is the reimbursement agreement, so the city gets some of its expenses back, given today's conversation. Next slide. The staff managed over $6 million of federal grants. They're listed here. Next slide. And this slide as well, this is the Quarters A Mansion and Chapel. We got 2 separate grants, but we're going to, later this spring, go out to bid with a single bid to save money. Next slide. You're familiar with land disposition. This was an example with the PMA housing. Next slide. We support a number of commissions and boards. The staff does. Economic Development, Commission on Culture and the Arts. You're going to hear a presentation from them in March. Next slide. As well as the McCune Collection Commission. Next slide. These are the economic development partners we work with, and I'm getting to know them all very well. Next slide. And this is just a slide to show you that the work that was done last year was done with 3 vacant positions. A vacant director position, a vacant program manager, and a vacant secretary, which you're aware of. Let's get to the last slide. What I'd like to propose to do is to come back in early April and have a real discussion with you about 2 things. One is, as I'm reviewing the economic development work plan, the strategies and the staffing, to come back to you with some updates and some recommendations from my observations. But more important, have a real discussion with you about your economic development priorities. There are ones we all know about, like retaining existing businesses, and we're doing some work around that. Attracting new businesses, which bring new jobs, but new revenue, more importantly. And I'd like to really focus on some ideas I'm beginning to put together about how we could position Vallejo in a way that's a part of the regional economy, the ecology of manufacturing in the region, and the special role we could play, focusing on things like shipbuilding, which there's a growing interest in Sacramento and in Washington, manufacturing, construction, healthcare, the big job providers now, but also partnering with San Francisco, Silicon Valley, Fremont, and the state through GoBiz to use our assets to help keep companies here that think about leaving the inner Bay Area. And I think there's some real opportunities here. Next slide. And I'll get into much more detail when we meet again, but this is sort of how companies progress, how they evolve, the life cycle of a company. And for many of these, they start off in Sunnyvale, San Francisco, Fremont, but at some point they run into a problem. They run into cost constraints. Things are too expensive. They run into, there's no housing for their workforce nearby. They run into land use constraints, energy constraints, all kinds of constraints, and they leave. They leave usually for Arizona, Nevada, Texas, Florida. I think there's a role Vallejo could play to keep some of those companies in the Bay Area and in California. If we can keep those jobs here and that tax revenue here, I think we can interest the state in helping us do that. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we appreciate that, and we're looking forward to the April. We'll follow up on that, but we'll turn it over to planning.
Thank you. Okay, I'll try to do lightning round here. I just want to quickly point out that most of the information in my slides was actually included in the year-end report that was provided. So I'll try to just go through this fast. I wanted to start with just the 2025 year-end accomplishments for the department as a whole, because there are a lot of things that overlap. One of the probably most important things maybe to highlight on this list is related to the vacant real property registration program. Despite the ongoing staffing challenges that we have had in the code enforcement division with retention of staff, we have really tried to prioritize this program, and we have been able to double the registration numbers into this program, which has a direct revenue benefit, but it also is going to the program really forces property owners to take responsibility and do something with their properties, which feeds into the development pipeline as well. The thing that I did want to note, though, is that we have not been able to do consistent monthly monitoring under this program, which really is a key component in its success. And that was part of one of the requests that I had for the staffing earlier this evening. Aside from that, just a couple other high-level items. Obviously, we've been working really hard on implementing TRL ordinance. We got a zoning code update completed early last year. 131 unit Rollingwood subdivision. I think that's another important one to note, because we don't get too many single-family market rate subdivisions proposed in the city. We also got RFPs moving finally for the downtown and waterfront specific plan. Those are some pretty massive grant-funded initiatives. Mare Island specific plan is moving forward as well. We have completed review of the first draft of this plan. Comments went back to the applicant in early February, so we are kind of waiting for resubmittal of that document. And then just lastly, the general customer service improvements, we have been making progress on that. Diving into each of the divisions, just real quickly, two things to note here. As I mentioned, we've had some challenges with staffing retention. Last year, we did bring 4 new staff members on board, but we also lost 4 staff members. So, despite those transitions, you'll see that the total caseloads have been pretty consistent in terms of open, close, and then also the number of total citations issued. Two other metrics here at the top that I thought were important to highlight is that it looks like our voluntary compliance rates have been ranging between 79 to 93% month to month over the year, which I think is a good metric. And then also our code enforcement officers have attended 30 different public meetings this past year, which is really important to increase communication and visibility for the officers. Couple of things that were not in that report was just a quick update. The standard operating procedures document, we have finally gotten a good final draft from our consultant. So we are really close to completing that and getting ready to make that publicly available. And then there are 2 pictures I have on the next slide just to show some cleanups. The one on the left is the 2260 property on Sacramento and Redwood. This is a really nice cleanup. This looked really horrible previously. And then the one on the right is a repaving that we were able to get done for the alleyway behind the Island Pacific Market, which is a private alleyway. With regards to building, we also have had some recruitment challenges in building. We've been working with the HR department to adjust some positions to better fit the needs of the department, so that takes time. But we're hoping to complete that within the next couple months or so. And then metrics here, important to report out on. You'll see we did less overall building permits. However, job valuations were up and the total fees collected were significantly higher for 2025 than 2024. So that's just important to call out. Moving into planning, we also have approved more applications this year versus last year. That total of 315 versus 196. I'm going to skip the projects. This is just a glimpse to give you kind of high-level overview of where the development is occurring based on districts. Update on our RENA production. This past year, we added 193 units towards that total count. So we still have quite a few remaining, but we also still have, I think, 5 or 6 years left in the cycle. So there's time to get through that. With regard to long range, I think I mentioned briefly earlier that we got RFPs going for the downtown and waterfront specific plans. We got 7 really good proposals for this work. We've narrowed it down to a top 3. We have interviews scheduled next week, I believe. So hopefully we'll be making final decision on that, and then you'll see that contract before council in April. That work ties into the housing element program implementation for the renter protections and housing stability. I know this is a very important topic for the city. Unfortunately, we were not able to meet the originally adopted timeline for this program, but I just wanted to say that we have a plan to move forward with this, and we have a plan to fund it. So if you'd like more details on that, I'd be happy to share. The inclusionary housing and commercial linkage fee, we are also currently actively working on drafting those ordinances. We also have environmental justice, general plan amendments. That is something that started in 2022, and we have picked back up now. We are getting close to having a draft ready to release for public review. And then the last item is the Mare Island specific plan, which I mentioned. We sent comments back on that. And then we have minimal updates on the beautification plan and Connolly corridor. I'll just go ahead and conclude with this last slide that kind of gives you some highlights of what our work plan moving into 2026 looks like. I didn't include these items in the report. I will not go over them, but if you have questions, I am here and available to answer them. And we'll conclude there.
Thank you so much. Thank you both, and thank you for truncating the start of a more robust discussion. I want to check first and see if we have any public commenters on the item.
None in person.
We do have one speaker online. Gregory Lance.
All right, and this is for, as long as this is for the Economic Development and Planning Quarterly Update. You can go right ahead.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. And I won't take a lot of time. I know you guys are trying to get out of here, but again, I am a citizen. I have a voice, and I think it's important to listen to everybody's perspective. And I'll be brief. Again, with this money stuff, be careful who you do business with. Jewish supremacy is no good. We need to keep our money away from these perverts. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any other commenters?
No other speakers at this time.
All right, with that, I'll close public comment. I have a suggestion. Any burning questions or comments from council at this moment? And I'll make a suggestion. Councilmember Genzer.
Just really quick, do we have, I know that we talked a little bit about grocery stores, but it's really important. I mean, our community is really suffering by not having grocery options. And I know we're working with Trader Joe's, but are we working with anybody else? Are there any other prospects or?
We have heard a request to do some tenant improvements for a potential grocer. I'm drawing a blank as to where it's at right now, but it's for an existing Springs Road. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's the only one I'm aware of.
And then could you, just 2 updates if I can ask possibly, the old Walmart location, the building was torn down, and that was supposed to be a huge housing project. Is that completely dead? Is that?
No, as far as I know, it is still moving forward. They're getting close to their deadlines, though, for starting their work. They had to make some adjustments to the plan, and I think that took some time. But as far as I know, it is still moving forward.
Okay, and then the last one is the hotel / housing and Chick-fil-A that's supposed to be between Sonoma and Broadway. Is that happening? Is that dead? I saw they did some improvements for Chick-fil-A, but then it all stopped.
Chick-fil-A should still be moving forward. We are having active conversations with them. The hotel, unfortunately, the applicant that we had has pulled out, but I know Economic Development has been trying to see if they can revive that deal. We also have had conversations with other potential hotel developers who are looking at the site.
What about there was housing between like V-Town Farms and the hotel? Is that still going? Is that dead? The housing that was planned to go there?
Oh, the Spanos project, that one did withdraw.
Withdraw.
They pulled out of that.
So right now it's just Chick-fil-A currently is nothing pending for there.
Yes, that sounds right.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, thank you for this report. I do have a question for you because I have been trying to recruit Sam's Club. I've spoke to the director, the owner, and everyone else, CEO, and they're very much interested in District 6. I know that Gillian can contest to that. I just want to know, are we looking to build up District 6 because it needs to be built up? I just got through speaking to someone saying they remember Highway 29 being a very busy, reliable community, and now it's not. It's a desert. And speaking about grocery stores, we need that. And I do know there's been some challenges on a developer who has got the land, but the fees are so high that it's impossible. And that's Cherry and Porter. That is South Grant grocery store that we've been trying to get up and running for 4 years. And then I'm also concerned because there were a person who got 2 sides of Sonoma, supposed to be building a senior home, and it's been sitting there for a very long time. So I'm trying to understand what's happening with that. They received funding, they received benefits, but nothing there for the last almost 5-6 years. Can we get some clarity on that? I know as a commissioner, I remember them coming.
If I could just add, my first few weeks here, I tried to get to know the downtown because it's easy to get to and walk around during lunch and after work. But I would really like to talk with all of you about your districts and what you see as the priorities. Because if we can restore and really improve downtown, that's a good thing. But we have to also do it in all the district retail areas. That's just as important.
Are you referring to the inland, right? The inland of Vallejo?
Yes.
Thank you.
And through the mayor, I could give a quick update. I think you might be talking about Sonoma Estates. Okay. So status on the Sonoma Estates project, they lost their project-based vouchers because they didn't get their funding and everything required by HUD in time, and the vouchers, as you know, there are no more available at this current time. And some of their other funding has fallen through too. They're continuing to go through the city's process to get approvals. They just were deemed complete, I believe, last week or the week before. So their applications are deemed complete, but they've got some funding challenges. The market's really difficult right now. Spanos pulled out because it just wasn't penciling. We're having some challenges with both affordable and market rate housing right now in this current climate. And we're not the only ones, but we really do need to, I'm glad Brad's here to help us and to support Kristen's shop as well, so that we can look at potential ways that we can support our workforce housing here with incentives, with grants, with whatever that is, in order to see what we can do to just kind of augment the market conditions.
Can I just say my frustration is that same company you're referring to in Richmond, they were able to complete multiple projects after getting benefits from us in Richmond and I believe another location. That's one of my frustration. And yet in Vallejo, it's like they used our location as a collateral. Not saying that. I'm just saying that's what it appears to look like. And nothing is coming out of it. And I don't know as a city how we can hold them accountable. I know it's private land, but I know that there was talk that we were going to do something to hold them accountable.
I can connect with you offline, definitely.
Oh, thank you. That's good news.
Great. Councilmember Letiju.
Thanks for the presentation. Can you shed some light on the dry docks? And, you know, we have a company that's pulling out. What's happening with our dry docks? We own a dry dock that needs to be repaired, so forth and on.
We took a tour, a number of us, a couple of weeks ago, and I read the way you did that they were shutting down, they're going out of business. We got there and that wasn't the case. What happens is they lost a contract for a Coast Guard icebreaker, and they're going to have to shut they have a ship that's being worked on right now that'll be worked on until April. But when that ship was supposed to come in, the icebreaker, they don't have that. They have other jobs after that. So they're going to lay people off for a period of time. They have to, under the law now, give this thing called a warn notice 60 days before they shut down production. And every media outlet that I read said they were going out of business. Now, on top of that, we're also talking to people. I attended an event 2 Fridays ago at Cal Poly where they invited major shipbuilders from South Korea, Japan, and Norway on a tour. And they took them on a tour of Mare Island, Vallejo, and Benicia. And the part I went to, Nalungo Conley was there, as well as, I believe, Councilmember Palmares was there, and they had people from GoBiz. They had the Secretary of Labor for Workforce Development there and 2 senior GoBiz staff people. And they did a presentation to these shipbuilders of all the exemptions you get from state taxes if you build ships or repair ships. And they had a 2-hour reception after that where we got to talk to a lot of people. And what we heard was that the thing that impressed these shipbuilders the most was the state actually showing up and doing a positive presentation about what they're willing to commit. So I think there's a lot of effort. We also have contracted with the Roosevelt Group, who I think is going to be able to advise us on how to create a pipeline of projects for the dry docks, which is what they need. It's just sort of up and down. They might have 300 people work there for a while, and then 80 people work there. They just need a pipeline. Same thing that you may have read about with what was Factory OS and is now Harbinger Homes. They're not going out of business. They just lost a contract, and they're going to shut down their assembly line for a little while. But they also need a steady pipeline. And the thing that got me, and I talked to the people from GoBiz who were at that maritime event, is that they lost a contract that was paid for with state funds to build an affordable housing project in the Central Valley, and they lost out to a non-union company in Idaho. And when I mentioned that to the person from GoBiz, she used to work for the tax group there that did the tax subsidies, and she said she thought there was something wrong with that, and she was going to look into it. So I think in both cases, they're not going out of business, but there are things we can do to help them to steady their pipeline so they have constant work and they're hiring people for long periods of time.
Agreed with you. To ACM Hain. So just to Councilwoman Gordon's point, I don't remember the company's name. I sat on HCD. And I don't know that it's just such a private conversation, and I'd like to know, when did we give an update to the HCD commission, because they are waiting for an update regarding that particular organization, and I think we need to get moving. I don't know what we've done, and I also am waiting to understand how we're going to handle that particular organization, because it has been a long time. And to her point.
So the HCD update was due the first week of January at their normal January meeting. We couldn't get a quorum, so they didn't receive it. February, I was out on vacation, so I will be bringing that update on Sonoma Estates next week to the Housing Commission meeting, the first meeting in March. And the update is basically what I've given you. There's not a lot of movement. There's not a lot of funding.
I don't think, it's not just the Sonoma Estates. There is another developer from Richmond that has been on our books for quite a long time. I can't
This one
remember
from
this
Richmond
name.
is the Sonoma Estates. So there's 4 things that HCD has asked for updates on: Broadway, Nav Center, Sonoma Estates, and the Renaissance Family Center.
Okay.
So those 4 items, and they've received the Broadway update I just sent to them last month, and they will be receiving the other 3 next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to go give a verbal so that they can ask questions?
Yes.
Okay.
I will be there.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you. So I have 1,000 comments and questions, well, but I'm not going to say them because keep us here all night. But I'll say a couple things that weren't on this presentation. So with relation to the pop-up events, and I've been very vocal about this with you, this is a great starting point, but I think where we really start to see a lot more foot traffic is a couple things, the street furniture, so things that will induce gathering and lingering, starting from Mare Island Way all the way to Sonoma Boulevard. Consistent programming, so again, these pop events are great for like a one-off, but there needs to be some sort of consistency and reliability, much in the same way that, if you go to downtown for the, whatchamacallit, the farmer's market, it'll be there, right? So having some sort of consistency with programming, music, some sort of entertainment, not just in August, but like throughout the year, that'll be very, very good to get that foot traffic going. So the other thing that you and I have talked about in terms of trying to get some more revenue in the near term is working closely with the Solano County Fairgrounds and Event Center. I've had a nice conversation with the new CEO, Tom Keeney. He's already booked every weekend for the rest of this calendar year. So this is some new blood here, and I already told him I'm going to support him 100%. So this helps us because we're helping him. We get sales tax from the food and merchandise, and that's a quick infusion of cash that goes, toward our coffers. So anything we could do to help them out to make sure that, hey, it's great that you booked all of these events, but I want them sold out, right? And I want our any vendors who could be there to be there. So whether they're buying whatever food, they're spending money, and that in turn turns into sales tax. Now, my understanding is with events, admissions don't count toward sales tax. I think that's a state law. However, though, we can introduce an admissions tax. I think that Oakland and maybe also Mountain View has something like that. So that's something we can introduce. So on top of the admissions, we're also getting some tax on that. And looking at Solano County Fairgrounds, I mean, that place is ripe, and we've neglected it as a source of revenue. Napa has Bottle Rock. They also have another festival, but that's kind of fell through the wayside. But I'm saying that the real money is on these 2 to 3 day festivals where you get thousands, tens of thousands of folks coming in to the city. So that will equate to sales tax, admissions tax if we can get it, and also TOT. So all those 3 things running, I mean, we stand to gain a lot of money. I think what we really need to do now is push the envelope, have the conversations with Tom Keeney, and see what we could do to support him to make sure we get those big production companies to get those festivals. I'm talking about Another Planet Entertainment. And by the way, I think we all heard a rumor that, Live Nation is working with them. They kind of bailed out, but let's reinvigorate that conversation, reach out to Live Nation, and see what we could do. Let's not leave the CEO to fend for himself, but let's help him, and which in turn helps us. So those are my own comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So my suggestion is that we have a couple, Brad, you mentioned wanting to have a follow-up conversation in April and talk about priorities and updates. And, once you've had more time to kind of do your assessment, we're going to have a Mare Island specific plan Connolly conversation at some point in the coming months. We're going to have an update from Roosevelt Group at some point in the coming months and be talking about maritime. And I wonder if we can either do a special meeting on economic development and just do a whole meeting devoted to it, or given that we're calling special meetings left and right now, maybe the vice mayor and I can work with city manager to find a meeting in April. We've done this a couple times with public safety, where the former vice mayor will attest, where we've tried to cluster items on a theme on a certain council agenda, and maybe we can pick a meeting in April and bundle the economic development items into the same meeting so we can have a holistic discussion of all these things on the same day. So we're not all ping-ponging from topic to topic and then having to speed talk and truncate our questions, but look at all of this holistically. So that would be my suggestion. And if we didn't already have monumental tasks ahead of us in the coming months, I would just say let's do a special workshop. Let's do a special meeting workshop on ED. But I think the better option is probably just trying to, once we map out what needs to happen, try to put everything on a same meeting. So that's my suggestion, that we look to do that, and we'll just look forward to more updates and more conversations on that. So I'm not seeing anything else. So why don't we go ahead and close that? Thank you both, and thank you to the team. And that is going to bring us now to item 11, which is the city manager's report.
Good evening. Just a few brief things. The railroad is going to clean the area of the tracks adjacent to Machete's Cafe later this week, so that'll address a really significant community issue. Staff met today with staff from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to better understand the permitting process for ongoing maintenance of Channel 6A, so we'll be coming back to council with information on that. And finally, there are still some remaining events for Black History Month that are going to happen over the last few days of this month, and encourage everybody to check the website for information about those. Those are my updates.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to our city attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. In your packet is the second quarter 25-26 city attorney's report. I have no verbal report unless council has questions about that.
And I just have one comment, which is we've had, I think, 4 of these since we took office, and I've consistently asked for, and I think I've had echoed from my colleagues, that you all list the funds brought in the report. It would be great to see the funds that went out in payments. I think this is the 4th time that I've brought that up.
The funds that went out in payments.
The funds that went out in settlements. If we're going to talk about the funds we brought in settlements, we should also report out the funds that went out. It doesn't have to be anything confidential, but just money, what we paid out. Seeing nothing else? All right, that is going to bring us to our second community forum. We will start our 2-minute clock for anyone wishing to address the council on items not on tonight's agenda who have not previously addressed the council in the first community forum. I know we had many speakers in person, many of whom have left, some may be online. Why don't we see if any of our in-person, why don't we just see if there anyone in here that would like to speak in person in second community forum? All right, why don't we call our attendees?
Yes. First off, just want to officially call out the people that did sign up that maybe in the back or something, or out in the hallway. Sandra Kenyon Collins, Christina Areola, or Denise Winters. Those are the first 3, and then Anna Bergman was next on the list, who is here to speak.
Come on up.
Through the mayor, Christina Areola is online.
Oh, okay.
Let's take the in-person speaker first, and then we'll grab the online speakers. Yeah, I figured some people would.
Yeah.
All right, good evening. I want to apologize to everyone for speaking out of term and for cussing. That was inappropriate. There are standards for how to behave, and I really think that hateful language falls in that category, nothing to do whatsoever with agreement or disagreement. The reason I'm here is to report a bit on the warming center. I went out, which is a real interest to the community. I went out there Sunday night around 9:30 to see what it's like out there. I think that it was really the right decision to have the group that's managing the navigation center manage the warming center as well. There needs to be professionals there. It shouldn't be put together with volunteers. you know, the thing about the houses of worship, that's kind of the same thing. They seem to be doing a really good job. There was a real attentive security guard. He didn't let me in, which, yeah, they shouldn't. And so the supervisor came out to chat with me for a while, and she was just really enthusiastic. And people are able to come in and have a meal and really feel like they're in a place. Word is being spread. People are finding out about it. I was real interested in that, mostly by word of mouth. I think that it would be great to compensate unhoused people for doing publicity and outreach, possibly handing out flyers. The great thing is they're going to be open till the end of March, and we have time to improve things there. They're even looking at doing some expansion, and something that was very cool is that there's already been people that came to the warming center who decided to enter the navigation center itself. So in the public safety subcommittee, we've been talking a lot about taking time for people to get comfortable. So we really have an opportunity there for outreach, for information about domestic violence programs and all of that. It seems like relationships are being built and people are starting to feel more safe.
Thank you very much. Let's check our remaining in-person
Yeah,
folks.
so I know Christina Ariola is on online, and then Denise Winters, if they were online, along with, after that is Tom Camarado. And those are the next three that I have, and let's go with Manny if Christine is available.
All right, let's go ahead and take the online speakers then.
Thank you. Through the mayor, we do have 3 speakers, 2 of which were signed up in person when they were here present.
Perfect.
First speaker, George Lance. You have the floor.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for being fair with free speech. Restricting virtual public comments to silence unpopular speech is viewpoint discrimination. This meeting's public comment period is a limited public forum. In such a forum, the city may impose reasonable time, place, and manner rules, but it may not engage in viewpoint discrimination. That is settled constitutional law. Supreme Court held in Rosenberg versus University of Virginia, viewpoint discrimination is per se unconstitutional. In Mental versus Tam, the court stated plainly that speech that offends is protected. So if I were to offend anyone on the board for any reason with any word, you cannot violate my free speech and not even interrupt. You just got to listen. Government officials may not silence speech simply because it's uncomfortable, harsh, or unpopular. There's a lot of people right now that really hate Jews, not just Zionists, but they hate Jews, and they could say it if they want to. That's their right. Public comment exists for political criticism. Citizens have the right to criticize public officials, government policy, foreign governments, political movements. That's New York Times versus Sullivan. You can talk about Jeffrey Epstein. This is a big issue. Jeffrey Epstein and his Jewish supremacist friends were talking about the Goyim in 3,000 instances at least seen so far. And that is what Jewish supremacists call, it's a Yiddish word for cattle. It's a very disrespectful word. It's like the N word for a non-Jew. And don't ask the Jewish robot that question. You won't get a fair answer. But if you look it up, you'll find that Goyim is a very aggressive word used against a non-Jew. And you see that throughout the Epstein files. And that indicates a pervasive Jewish supremacy. And with the talk of white supremacy over the last 10 or 20 years used as a political wedge and really vilified a whole group of people. And that same group during that time was suffering the most clear institutionalized racism through affirmative action and then DEI. So white people really do have kind of something to complain about. So when we decide to use our free speech, it is hard to take when the city councils silence opinion. That's viewpoint discrimination. You need to let everybody's voice be heard. And the real hate and intolerance is the ones that have been calling whites white supremacists every time some Jew would get criticized for a crime they did. And how many times are we going to let these same group of Jews get away with crimes before we start to criticize them and not be afraid of being called anti-Semitic. That tool has been used against our populations of the world for a long time, and we need to snap out of it. It's not anti-Semitic. The Semites in the Middle East are the Arabs. Those are not Jews in Israel. They are Ashkenazi.
All right, that's time. Next speaker.
Cassandra James, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm speaking in my personal capacity, but I do want to be clear. It would not have mattered if I was there in my professional capacity. I have been disrespected in both, and I have experienced the same dismissiveness and the same disregard, specifically as a Crest resident. And I've had to endure derogatory and discriminatory comments made about Crest residents. That reality does not change depending on what hat I am wearing. I came there earlier tonight to address what only could be described as willful and intentional neglect in District 2, specifically the Country Club Crest, by the leadership and management. Last week, code enforcement officers wearing Vallejo Police Department uniforms and operating a marked VPD vehicle entered our neighborhood. Residents were given conflicting explanations. One officer said that this was a see-click fix enforcement, while the other one said it was a sweep. Even they didn't understand what they were doing. And when I personally checked see-click fix, there was nothing in the queue for my particular street. But context matters. The Crest is home to many Black and brown families, including immigrant families. And right now across the country, families are living in a heightened anxiety due to ongoing federal immigration enforcement activities. People are watching the news. They are seeing images of marked vehicles and uniformed officers conducting operations in neighborhoods that look like ours. So when multiple officers in police-style uniforms arrive in marked vehicles without clear communication, residents do not pause to distinguish between code enforcement and federal enforcement. They see uniforms, official vehicles, and they feel fear. Neighbors began to text one another, including me, and ask if this was immigration enforcement. Parents were afraid to answer their doors. Some residents stayed inside watching through their windows, unsure if they would step outside. The fear was real and it was visible. It was palpable on our street. And in the middle of that fear, vehicles were towed. My immediate neighbors lost their only vehicle, the car they rely on every single day to take their children to school. Imagine explaining to your child why the only car your family has is being pulled away on a tow truck, while you are already outside trying to rectify the situation. Another neighbor's vehicle, primarily used for critical medical appointments, was also towed, and that means delayed care, missed appointments, and added stress on top of existing health challenges. This happened in the middle of a work week, in the middle of the work day. And there was no coordinated outreach, no trauma-informed communication, and no consideration of the climate of fear families are already navigating. And personally, this incident cost me $1,500. For working families in the Crest, $1,500 is not disposable income. It is mortgage, food, utilities. And transportation in our community is not a luxury. It is stability and it's access to school, healthcare, and employment access. So when you remove a family's only vehicle without warning in the neighborhood already on edge, you are simply not enforcing a municipal code. You are compounding vulnerability, and this is not an isolated event. And I know that my time is up, so I could come back at your next meeting to finish my statement.
All right, thank you.
Christina Ariola, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Great. Thank you for that, Manny. Good evening. And sorry I missed you all at the first community forum. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the majority council tonight for that extensive midterm budget review. It was very insightful. But I'm going to go back to 2021. I'm holding in my hand my original agenda packet from March 2021. It's the action item 9E, request from Councilmember Ariola to add an agenda item at a subsequent meeting regarding naming the Navigation Center in memory of Maria Guevara. Well, during that tumultuous 4 years and delays and mishaps, and finally hearing all the hoopla over the navigation slash warming center, I think it's high time that we regroup and come back. And I would like to request, as I did it as at my closing statement in 2025, to request this council to please return this to the agenda. It's high time that we honor her legacy and this long fought, Mayor Sampayan, actually, back in 2018. This goes back a long time. So I really implore this council to please consider putting this on the agenda. Please put it on the agenda. I know it's a protocol that has to be taken into consideration when it's naming public buildings and properties. So I will be sending out emails to remind you about this. And I hope that those of you that care about the long, hard-fought battle to finally get this navigation center up and running, it should be honored with the name of Maria Guevara. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, final speaker, Trench Hollins. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Is it Tanish?
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead, Tanish.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. First, I just want to thank and acknowledge Supervisor James for naming what so many of us as residents in the Crest have been experiencing for years. And I believe that this is a pattern of inconsistency and neglect and what feels like reactive leadership when it comes to our neighborhood. As a resident, I have personally raised concerns about abandoned vehicles and neighborhood conditions here. I actually reported an abandoned salvage truck on my street through See Click Fix that sat for more than 6 months with no movement, no urgency, no communication. And I'm an advocate to make sure that our city services work in our neighborhood just like they do in any other neighborhood, whether it's police response, whether it's having access to cameras, whether it's cleanups. I'm an advocate to make sure that our community gets the same level of response. Well, that truck sat for more than 6 months. So to experience what felt like a sting operation with officers in marked vehicles with no communication out of nowhere was wild. And that incident to me is kind of a great analogy for how Vallejo leadership has shown up on issues when it comes to our neighborhood. Requests are met with delayed response. Months later, there's a reaction that feels uncoordinated or unclear and doesn't always see the issue all the way through. And I want to say that I am proud to be a resident of this neighborhood. I chose to buy a home in this neighborhood. I'm proud to live here. And among the many hats that I wear, I'm also a leader of a statewide public safety organization. Every day I work to advance public safety strategies across the state. I have brought that leadership here to Vallejo. My relationships, my energy, my resources, not because I have to, but because I'm a stakeholder. Because I care about my neighbors, because I care about this city, and I believe that we all deserve better. And I don't believe that the city has matched my energy when it comes, or my commitment when it comes to this neighborhood. When abandoned neighborhoods or abandoned vehicles are sitting for months, and then you get this swift enforcement out of nowhere, when requests are met with debate instead of the kind of intervention the community is calling for, when partnership requires us to have to beg or apply or fundraise or justify why we need something in the same manner that we need it in other neighborhoods, it becomes clear that responding to the needs of the neighborhood is not a priority, that we're actually being treated as if we're a nuisance in some type of way. And I want to say that the context here really does matter. Yes, Vallejo, the Crest specifically, is home to lots of Black and brown families, but in Vallejo overall, we know that the issues of unemployment and economic instability are a real issue. You just sat through a whole presentation about needing to bring economic opportunity here to our city. No one can afford to lose a vehicle without notice. No one can afford to sit through a 6-hour city council meeting to have a public comment either. So I want to make sure that we understand what our communities are facing and what we need to be responsive.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for staying up with us. That's all our public commenters. We're going to go ahead and close public community forum then, and we will move on to item 14, which is request actions for future agenda items or special projects from council. Councilmember Matias.
This is not going to go on the list. This is different. It's not. Would like to get the council support on the following referral. So I would like to request for our planning commission to undertake a focused review of the general plan with respect to the city's designated business corridors and mixed-use areas. More specifically, Sonoma Boulevard, Downtown and Waterfront District, Mare Island, and our other neighborhood corridors, including Tennessee Street, Springs Road, and others. And the goal of this referral is to identify opportunities to streamline the development entitlement process and increase allowable density in commercial and the corridor areas that I've identified. The expected outcome is to have the commission send us a set of recommendations for our consideration within 75 days. So would like a formal vote on that referral.
Okay, so we're making a recommendation to the planning commission. Is that's understood? Okay. I think we can vote on that. Go ahead. Vice Mayor has a follow-up question, and I think the city manager had a comment.
Yes, and Councilmember Matias and I have had similar conversations about this, focusing with the Planning Commission, but I think this is actually a dual-pronged conversation with not only Planning Commission, but also Economic Development, because I think a collaboration between those two commissions may spark some outside-the-box thinking that we as a city have not had, and giving the first bite of the apple to both those commissions might give us an opportunity to look at other venues or opportunities from an economic, because in my mind, and I think we've had this conversation in the past, where Planning Commission is kind of the spearhead. It's the layout of the map of where economic development can kind of be focused on, and with the Economic Development Development Commission, they're able to chime in and potentially add some added conversation and some ideas to that. So I think I would, if you're open to that friendly amendment to that recommendation, that would be my add to that request.
So I just want to be clear. I want a specific set. I want the zoning or general plan to be studied by that commission. I'm more than happy to have the Economic Development Commission have a separate discussion around it, but what I don't want is something to become so confused that we don't get what I'm asking for, because this is really important. So I can add that friendly amendment, Vice Mayor, that ED have a conversation about it and we get a report out from them, but I don't want this to become a whole thing with staff where then we don't get what I'm asking for, which is very specific.
Understood. And I think because when you go to the Planning Commission, that gets it to a technical level from the general plan to the specific plans, to where I think in a conversation, the economic development may be able to guide some of those conversations. So that's my only recommendation to that, of not trying to complicate the process, but adding more, maybe more ideas and insightful thought to where some of the planning commission decisions may ultimately come from, where economic development is kind of the precipice to some of those decisions, if that makes sense.
Okay, so I want the report from the Planning Commission with input from the Economic Development Commission. That's one.
Councilmember Palmares, did you have a question on this or another item?
Another item.
Okay. Do we need to vote on that then?
Yes, please.
Okay. It would be, yep, what was just discussed.
Councilmember Matias, you look like you were reading from something. Can you make sure I get a copy of that? Thank you.
What would you want me to read it out or just email it to you?
Just email it to me.
I will.
That'd be perfect.
Yep.
All right, I'm missing a vote. There we go. The motion carries unanimously.
All right, and you had something else?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So the second one is referral I want to make to the Economic Development Commission, and that's to specifically submit a set of recommendations to the Vallejo City Council around specific actions we can take in the form of a program to attract construction, advanced manufacturing, software, film, and wholesale business to the city. And I'm leaving it as open-ended as it can be. I just want them to have that conversation with a report back to us within 75 days.
Okay. I'm not seeing any clarifications. So let's go ahead and vote on that.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a pretty simple ask, but I'd like to establish a neighborhood improvement task force. And this is mostly just internal staff, but there have been a number of times, like namely White Slough and the chop shops on Sacramento Street, where there are issues that don't belong to just one department and requires multiple staff, sometimes multiple agencies, to come in and have eyes on what the problem is, and just really removing those silos. And so what I'm hoping is with a task force like that is just that, between all of us as council members and the mayor, we put in our priorities and, we communicate that to the city manager's office and say, hey, can you help us wrap your arms around this and unpack the problem? But just too many times I feel like there are issues that don't just belong to one department, and often it just gets lost and nothing happens. So I'm hoping that with a task force like this, and really it's just saying, hey, department heads, come together, let's talk about this, that we can actually figure out some of these problems that have been kind of plaguing us. So that's my referral, and hope to get support.
All right, we can vote on that.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, that's going to bring us to report of presiding officer and members of the city council. Folks, everybody's jumping in. All right, we'll go Councilmember Bergenzer first.
In the words of our vice mayor, I want to give a shout out to a business, which I don't normally do, but the Village Wine Bar on Tennessee Street, if you've not been there, they have blown my socks off. Melanie, Tony, and Chelsea really put out a really good food menu that's reasonably priced, but it's just a really cool atmosphere. And to the economic development, you could use them as a case study, because it's obvious that Vallejo is starving for this, because it is packed every single night. So if you don't know where it's right just down the street from Scotty's, on Tennessee and Tuolumne, just up Tennessee Street a little bit. So keep up the good work, guys.
Thanks. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so very much. I would like to give a report. So back in January of last year to even January 7th of this year, I wrote to the Union Pacific Railroad referring to the unhoused and all the debris that was a concern from business to residents, from Durr Street and Lemon Street, continue along Sonoma Boulevard, State Route 29, through the 6th Street corridor to Cortola Parkway, which is Machete's Coffee, sorry. And they came out with the support of staff. Staff also reached out to them likewise the same, and they did come out and clean up. What I asked, though, was to have a task force that they would have an ongoing maintenance and a monitoring. Without this sustained oversight, condition are becoming increasingly hazardous and pose growing risk to the public safety, railroad operation, and surrounding businesses. The issues that has taken place along that corridor is, once individuals see that there's not an ongoing monitoring, they leave and then they come back. There has been multiple fires. Residents have stated that their water have been tampered with, property items been stolen from their property along that stretch of railroad. I know that it goes into other districts as well, but I wrote to them with that. And then I wrote to them again on February 21st, the same request, which I've sent this to the city manager. And I'm hoping that not only when they come, that you would invite me when they do come to this area. And I don't want to just stop at 6th Street and Cartola. I would like to have a little tour all the way to Durr and Lemon, because it is unfortunately a situation. So if you could please invite me, I would appreciate that. I would like to also take this time out to say that I attended a Good Morning Vallejo Economics Impact Change of Healthcare, and it was phenomenal. The room was packed. Our mayor herself was hosting that event, and I was really impressed with everything that was there. Not only did I get a chance to hear from the CEO, Mr. Curry, I got a chance to hear from, let me go back to my email. I got a chance to hear from La Clinica and their partnership. I got a chance to hear from Dr. Hendricks, who is one of the deans at Touro University, and the impact that they want to do with North Bay. I really liked it because it was not a competitional conversation. It was talking about real economics and the impact and challenges in healthcare, from medical to healthcare within the hospital itself, to medicine, I should say, and at an economic challenge, not only there, but also educational challenges. I also attended, which I apologize, my colleague that was there was Councilman Alex Mateus and also Councilwoman Tanya Letiju. I also got a chance to attend a wonderful Black History event. It was When We Stand Together, the power of togetherness, which not only included African Americans, but all walks of life, Latinos, just all types of opportunity where we could learn about each other's cultural opportunity through Lewis, Michael, and Rob Reason. I was just overwhelmed with how that was laid out, and I'm really proud that I was able to attend. I also was honored to participate with the Police Reform Ad Hoc Subcommittee, where we, myself, Mayor Soros, and City Councilman Peter Beganzer, made a commitment that we would utilize this platform to advertise their commitment and their moving forward. I also want to say happy birthday to my grandson, Omai, who turned 8 years old, and I know he's listening, and he gave me this. He won it for principal, for making a good GPA, and he gave it to me to say thank you, Gigi, for all the hard work that you do for the community. And he was very proud of me, so I promised him that I would always wear it. So that is my report.
Great. Councilmember Letiju.
So Supervisor Erin Hannigan was here this evening, and she didn't have an opportunity to speak, so I'm going to do this on her behalf. And Rise Vallejo Early Education and Community Resource Center ribbon cutting and carnival will be Friday, April 17th, 2026 at 1450 Cornell Avenue. There will be a formal ribbon cutting ceremony, a family carnival, And this is really to celebrate the first 5 Solano children and families, early childhood and so forth and on, ribbon cutting going on. So just to the council and to community, take the time to go by if you can. And I know that it is also on Eventbrite. And so the information and registration is www.risevallejo.com. And then in addition to that, I want to share that there will be a shared safety expungement and resource fair on Wednesday, February 25th from 10 to 2 at Veterans Memorial Building in Vallejo, 420 Admiral Callahan Lane. And anyone who needs their record expunged, come by and go through the process, and it doesn't matter where that record happened as long as it's in the state of California. And that's going to be in conjunction with Time Done, Californians for Safety and Justice, and REPAC and DOVE. And so it really just is a very important opportunity to help our community where have second chances where that is needed, where individuals or families have been justice involved.
Thanks. Councilmember Matias.
So this is just a quick comment for you guys. I had one of my commissions engage in a robust set of discussions, produced a memo that they wanted to share with you. I reached out to City Manager Murray, and he said that because we don't have a process, and this goes back to something the mayor brought up, I think last year, we're having a similar issue. I was going to have to take it through the 19-step process we have here. We have to figure out a way to have commission like deliverables come directly to us, because I shouldn't have to do that after they've had conversations for several months around things. So I didn't want to add that to the list, but we need to figure out maybe that through the agenda setting process when you guys meet, can there be some item in the agenda on a go forward where we just get reports from our commissions? We can just read them. If it's not a presentation, and then we can decide at that point to have a conversation in the future if it's of interest to the group. But I just think that this is unnecessarily messy, and it just builds on the frustration that our commissioners have. So just putting that out there. So
That's ridiculous. If there's a memo, why can't it just be forwarded to council? I don't understand. Like, that's absurd.
It can be forwarded to, I think what Councilmember Matias is talking about is a council discussion of the memo, not the memo being
How
forwarded.
about the memo just get forwarded,
Yeah,
and then
I
we
want
bring it up? I think he's just talking about how does council get the memo. Like,
Oh, happy to forward.
if a commission wants something to go to council, the secretary of the commission can send it to council. It's
Yeah,
that simple.
absolutely.
And then we'll deal with the other stuff later. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And through all the Black History Month presentations and events, I was honored to attend the guest speaking at the, the Vallejo Naval Museum on Sunday, where there was a guest speaker, Charles Blatcher III, and he spoke regarding Colonel Charles Young. And it was a great presentation that was attended by 20 people there. So I was honored to hear about the history and how his ties to Vallejo and things of that nature. So I think it was a great honor during the Black History Month to have another understanding and informational experience of some of the rich history that not only Vallejo is worthy of, but the fact that there's other people tied to it that we're learning about. So thank you to Charles Blatcher III and to Trevor and Mary for setting that up at the museum.
Thank you. I didn't have anything to report tonight, but I will share that I want to thank our speakers who hung around and say that is the first I have heard about that action that took place in the Crest, and I am horrified. I'm absolutely horrified by that. We have been having conversations about how to deal with the terror after Minneapolis and just the past year of immigration enforcement, and it has been pulling teeth to get small things done, and then we have our own city out terrorizing a vulnerable community. I'm going to be following up on that, and I'm going to want a review of what happened, how that happened, and there's going to need to be follow up with that community because that is absolutely unacceptable. I am absolutely horrified that that happened in the name of the people of Vallejo, regardless of whether it was intentional or not. The fact that people felt that way, there's got to be some type of reckoning and some type of reconciliation for that. That's absolutely awful. And I see Councilmember Letters, you're like, technically we're on report outs, so unless you have something real quick, we're gonna have to adjourn. Go real quick.
Okay. So the city manager is aware of that incident. I had a long conversation with Chief Ta. I want to put this on the record. I had a long conversation with Chief Ta because as it was happening, I got a call. And Chief Ta and I had a call. And then I called Andrew. And I got a call back from Chief Ta with an explanation. And I had a call with our city attorney as well to deal with the impact, which I never got a call back from our city manager. I did leave him a message and ask for a return call to have further discussion about the final decision making. It is absolutely unacceptable with everything that's going on, and I fully agree with you.
And we spent how many months trying to get a simple cleanup in that neighborhood, and now we've got the city coming out in unmarked cars terrorizing the community. So yeah, I mean, I can't follow up on things I don't know about it. I know about it now, and we're gonna need to resolve that. So with that, we'll adjourn at 11:48 p.m.